We call into order the study session of March 18th, 2015, and I'll be recusing myself from this session tonight because I own property within 300 feet of some of the zoning designations that are going to be evaluated.
And I also will recuse because I own property within 500-foot circle of South El Camino mixed use 3.2, but on advice of city planner, I'll recuse, I guess, from the entire session, just the way it's all interleaved together and the way it's overlapped. I did have some concerns about a couple of the changes, but I guess I'll just hold my comments until we see it for real on when it comes before in a normal session.
And Jim, did you say that you would like, if Commissioner Brown has input on some of the zones that are not within 300 feet of his property, for him to share that before we leave the room? I believe that's what you said.
If you'd like to, or if you can give us a written comments, that would be fine too.
So you could take it into consideration when it comes before the commission.
Okay, I provided some of my concerns in writing to you earlier, but I'll bring it back at another time.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll be passing the gavel to Chair Pro Tem Rulin.
So our item on the study session tonight is the general plan amendment changes and zoning ordinance update. Planner Wright, you want to kick us off?
Hello, good evening, Commissioners. Chris Wright, case manager for this project. So the purpose of the study session is to provide an update first of where we're at in the zoning ordinance update project, and then also some things that have happened since the last time we've met. So on February 3rd, we met with the City Council, and they had directed staff to expedite zoning updates for the mixed use and commercial zones so that in areas where the general plan primarily made land use changes, potential development projects do not be held up as a result of the zoning ordinance update, so to facilitate those changes. And then as part of that, they also directed some amendments to the general plan, which staff would be doing in conjunction with that first phase of the zoning ordinance update. And that's really what staff would in particular like feedback on tonight, the commercial and mixed use update part of the zoning ordinance and the related general plan amendments that the council's directed staff to initiate. So with that, my memorandum goes into detail, so I'm just going to touch on a couple key points. With the general plan amendments that were directed, most of them are mapping related changes. There are a couple main sets of changes that are more based on standards, where I think it has a better tie-in with the zoning ordinance update part of this meeting. So I'm going to focus on that. The City Council had directed staff to make changes to the mixed-use 3.1 area where standalone residential uses would be allowed, to make it more flexible for those sort of uses and clarify that. In addition, to make some changes to how floor area ratio limits are placed on properties and clarify that it's based on the size of the lot, not the use of the building, whether it be a commercial building or a mixed-use building, but on how big the lot is. And I have an attachment to my report that shows those sort of changes that staff's drafted. And then in the mixed-use 3.2 area, there was a significant discussion regarding the height of buildings, and the council had told staff that it was their intent to actually allow two-story buildings facing El Camino Real with the possibility of having a third story tucked underneath in the slope facing the alley below. And so staff was directed to make changes to how height is measured and height limits to ensure that those massing limits are put into the general plan and the zoning ordinance. And we've drafted some early amendments for the commission to comment on tonight. We have a height ceiling approach that was discussed in the memorandum, and our consultant could get into more detail about how that came about, or where that came from. And we recently met with the Architectural Guild last week, which they have a subgroup of people that typically meet with, in this case, the city, to go over a specific issue. And they're supposed to come back with a white paper in time for the public hearing that the commission could consider what their position is. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jim Hare, unless you have any general plan specific comments you want to ask me before he starts.
Nope.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, my name is Jim Hare. I am the consultant retained as, and I met with you in December, and I am back to try and work this thing again.
You see it mouse on top.
Okay. Okay, now I need to go back like 4 slides. Oh, I see. There's a navigation there. Okay, very good. And I'm going to try and preserve as much time as possible for your discussion this evening. This is a workshop session, an opportunity for you to ask questions and to clarify any questions or concerns that you have. Let me start very quickly. This is a slide that was in the last presentation I made. And basically, it's the contract parameters and my insistence on trying to keep things narrow on scope. And I attempted to do that, but the fact is that we're dealing with a situation where, as Chris indicated, we will be expediting the mixed use and the commercial zoning package in order to incorporate some of the matters that the council directed with regards to uses in those zones, and also to clarify the specific issues that are brought up. So these expedited items will allow for partial implementation of the work that I'm working on, which is the general plan zoning ordinance consistency matter, the implementation of changes in the MU 3.1 and MU 3.2 zones, and we have provided for you this evening, in addition, the overall working update of the mixed use and commercial zones for you to begin to gain familiarity for that, because we will be bringing those back to you in hearing in April. Essentially, as Chris indicated with regards to the general plan, the council's direction following through is that in the MU 3.2, they wanted no standalone residential. In the MU 3.1, they wanted to allow for standalone residential. So in the downtown area, or in the downtown transitional area around the downtown core, to allow for standalone residential uses, purely residential use within a mixed-use zone. And the MU 3.2, the opposite direction, to not allow there to be purely residential projects in that zone. So in order to accomplish this, from my standpoint, the fix is very easy. You simply define what standalone residential is, and then add that to the list of permitted uses, and in one zone allow it as a permitted use, and another zone don't. The key criteria, and I think the key document that I would point you to in the matters that I've submitted to you is attachment 1 of my memorandum to you with regard to the zoning change, and in there you can see a definition for standalone residential, which is simply the use of a lot or joined lot exclusively for residential and residential ancillary purposes. So we add this definition into the definition section of the zoning code, and then again we create the appropriate checkbox in the mixed use zones and allow that to be a permitted use in one of them in the 3.1, and do not allow for it to be a permitted use in the 3.2. So that's the easy fix. Again, from a zoning standpoint, the policy issue being resolved by the council's direction, the zoning fix is that. Of a little bit more consequence is the height limitation measure that Chris spoke of. Essentially, from a zoning standpoint, what we're looking at, the council's direction is to establish a two-story elevation standard from the El Camino Real frontage, so that when you view it from that side, you see 2 stories. You are allowed to maintain that elevation rearward on the property. And I've got a couple of graphics that will show how that works. So the proposed action, and again, it's summarized in the attachment 1 to the report, is to rely on plate height rather than stories. That is a measurement point that we can pinpoint on the building, and it allows us to actually put a location on a building that we can consistently measure. Within the code, clarify the definition of plate height and make sure that it's a measurement that anyone can understand, both counter technicians, people arriving, architects, and designers. Set a height in relation to the El Camino Real frontage, and then allow greater heights as the lot slopes rearward. So graphically, if you were measuring the the way the height limitation works in most of the municipal code is on a building like this, where say the El Camino Real frontage is between this B and C ground point up here, and that this is the alley rearward. The idea is that the building was a monolithic building. What you would do is you would take the elevations of A, B, C, and D, and you would average them, and the height limitation called out in the code would apply to that overall mass of that building based on the average of those 4 vertical measurements. And what that would mean is that, and that works very well throughout town, because what it ends up happening is people break the building masses up and they step them down slopes, and that's a good solution for a lot of the topography that we have here in San Clemente. But in this particular instance, the council has indicated that they want to hold this 2-story height on the El Camino Real frontage, but allow the building to maintain that elevation rearward to the alley edge. And so in order to do that, we have to change the methodology. And so what we are showing to you this evening is the idea of taking a single measurement from the midpoint of the front of the lot, measuring it to a 2nd-story plate height, and then establishing that A, B, C, D red polygon at the top here as the ceiling above which no plate height can go. And so that allows that 2-story mass to extend all the way back. This gives the necessary volume in order to achieve the floor area ratio, the density counts for residential, and the other things that are proposed for the MU 3.2 zone while staying under that height ceiling. Now, I should note that there is also going to be the general 4-point measurement type height at a higher elevation that would control the height on the rear of the building if the differential, like this A dimension at this back corner back here, got to the point where it was a fairly substantial number. And along that frontage between El Camino Real and the alley and back, and they all slope down to the alley, all the lots that we're talking about do that, you get a variation in how much higher this A line is than the B line is here, and that varies from anywhere between 7 to 20 feet. So you do still need to have the standard measurement practice for height, so that when you get into a more steeply sloping lot, it sets that ceiling by that methodology as well. Again, though, while maintaining the opportunity to build 2 stories on the frontage of El Camino Real. So that basically that's the primary issue areas. We have also provided you with working drafts of the 2 zones, and I'm going to go through this part very quickly. Just to tell your commission, though, that the way that we've set up the display presentation for you is, if you see a red table that's populated with black lettering, that means that the lettering we brought forward from the old table. That's not changed, just the form of the table has changed. And we are also, in both Attachment 1 and in the attachments of the zone, beginning to introduce this table, the table I shared with you at the last working session, where each zone has all of its development criteria in one table. And again, where the framing is in red there, the contents are in black. The contents have been carried forward from the old zone. We have some new mixed-use zones, so in those the content is also in red. So that kind of gives you an indication of what you're looking at. That's essentially the working copies of those drafts, so that your commission can become familiar with how that format and how that transition will work as you see these zones in April and all the other zones as they come through to you at later parts in the program. That concludes my presentation. I'll stand by for your questions.
Please.
On the MU, on the residential only, you had auxiliary use. How are you defining auxiliary use?
It's ancillary use, and the notion of that is, for example, if you had a swimming pool, or the parking, or the backyard landscaping, or an accessory outbuilding that are normally a part of just using the property as residential. The reason why it's not just saying only residential is that you might get in a situation where you would have lot joiner and you might have one or more of those facilities on a lot, and the lot is joined together, but there's not actually a unit on that other lot. And so that allows that definition to speak to all the things that are happening as part of a development proposal.
The other question I have on the back alleyway, which would actually be the third story down there, that's not gross leasable area, is it?
We're not dictating where. Well, it could be a garage entry. It could be a leasable or a developable area. It could be a habitable area. It could be a storage. There could be any one of a number of uses that could go in there. We're trying to through this process define the envelope within which the project would take place and allow those questions to be sorted out as the project comes through.
Okay, thank you.
Michael?
I do have some questions. Could we go back to that kind of section drawing of
Sure.
2 in the front and 3 in the back? Okay. I want to start with a front measurement. That's from the midpoint of the front lot.
Right.
Would that be from the property line, or from the building edge to the property line in the middle of that?
There is no required setback for the building, but the height would be taken from the property line, the midpoint of the property line fronting on El Camino Real, and that.
I mean the midpoint of the width of the lot?
Yeah, you have one corner here and you have one corner here,
Okay.
so you go to the midpoint.
Maybe it was the midpoint of the edge to the sidewalk.
No,
It's not.
no, it's the midpoint of the front property line.
Okay, would you define what the plate is?
Yes, and it is in attachment 1, and it gets a little bit technical, but at least it's clear for everybody.
I think I can handle
We
it.
define a plate line, and a plate line is defined as the top of the highest horizontal framing member or the top of a solid wall of a building or structure or part thereof upon which a roof deck or ceiling rafters rest. Okay, that's a generally accepted architectural definition.
The ceiling rafters rest on the plate?
On the plate, yes.
Not, so the plate isn't the top of the ceiling or the roof joists?
With the bottom of the joist would be on the plate line.
Yeah, so when you frame in wood, you'd have some kind of a double plate, and then the thing sits on top of that, and you go to the double plate below the height of any framing that goes above that.
Right.
But what if there's a parapet that goes up? Does it go to the parapet, top of the parapet, or is it the same rule?
Well, we are trying some dimensions. I think we're pretty confident in what we're looking at dimensionally, but we allow an additional 5 feet for roof members and things of that nature, so that would capture parapets or sloping roofs above the plate line.
But plate height is really, if you've got the studs going up the front of the building, usually have a double set of 2x4s or what have you. That's the plate. That's the plate height.
Right.
Choice to sit on top. Mm-hmm. Okay, then you said something about it's okay to have 3 stories on the backside.
Well, as in the example, that obviously this very crude drawing here, but as the site recedes away, when you view it from the alley down here, that is the kind of net equivalent of a 3-story elevation along there. Again, we're not trying to define them as stories, but as you can see, with the way the landfall, it exposes that third face down there, if you will.
Okay, what if hypothetically the roof from B and C slopes up to A and D, so there's another story there?
Well, again, this dimension sets this plane all the way to the rear property line. There will be no slope on that. That's a lid. That red rectangle at the top there is essentially a lid on the height for the entirety of the site, under which you can build downward, but you can't build upward.
So you couldn't do a sloped roof?
Exactly.
And just to clarify, where this is zoned, these MU 3.2s, These are all the west side of El Camino Real, of South El Camino Real, where it only slopes downward from there, correct?
Exactly.
Really, that's the only place in San Clemente?
It's the only place in San Clemente that the 3.2 zone is applied.
Yeah, I'm uncomfortable with the definition of plate.
Okay.
And I think we've got a couple of architects here that know the games that are played with this, and by this definition, a ridge beam is a plate. It's a horizontal framing member on which the roof framing rests on, so I think a lot of work has to be done on this definition.
Allow me to the definition is in two-part. I read the plate line. If you're with me on attachment 1, you'll see that the next is the plate height, and it's the dimension of a building or structure measured from the plate line to grade using the standards set forth in this section, or to other such datum as may be established. For the purposes of this title, features excluded from this measurement shall include gable ends, vertical parapet extension, towers, turrets, and other similar architectural roof features. So we have attempted to have the plate line be the if you will, the hypotenuse of the gable.
I don't think it really says that, but
Yeah.
I know what the intention is.
Okay.
And I think it just needs to be worked on some, because we're talking about that roof decks, which are roof joists, not roof rafters. And we're talking about ceiling rafters, which are sloped, not flat. Ceiling joists are flat, rafters are sloped. So I think that needs to be worked on.
We will consult with our friends in the architectural community to make certain that we get
Because,
universal language.
The games you can play is you can use a heeled truss. So where that apparent rafter comes down is actually above the plate.
Got it.
So there's tricks that can be played and are played by architects, and I've done it 100 times myself. So it needs to be really tied down tightly.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I appreciate that comment.
Do one.
Bonnie?
Okay. At what point does this become a hybrid equation when you have, instead of just doing the height of the front face, but you also include the average used in the old measuring or the conventional measuring, in which the lower third on the back side ratio is greater than a certain amount? And what is the equation?
I'm not sure I follow that. I'm sorry to say. Help me with some more, please.
Well, if I understood you correctly, you said in some instances you use the measurement in the front surface, in midpoint between the two, to be your plate, extending to the back. Except in sometimes when the back side, the bottom portion is a greater amount.
Right.
So therefore, you said you intermarry somehow the traditional average of the four measurements.
Got it.
With the, and so what is that equation, and at what point do you implement it?
Okay. The red rectangle here is absolute. Nothing, no plate elevation exceeds that. That's absolute.
Okay.
So this drops away. There may be a point at which, through topography or whatever, that you get into a circumstance where there is, like for example, if there's one location that's in excess of 20 feet below grade. So it may be a circumstance where you would have a building element that would be 35 feet, 40 feet or something, and still have it potentially be below, the plate elevation be below here, but the overall elevation be subject to that other height limitation standard that's already in the code. And so it would be an unusual circumstance, but this measurement will always prevail. It will never be outside this blue box. Does that help you, Commissioner?
I understood that. At the beginning, I was wondering what the equation was for determining the height change.
Yeah.
When that came into play.
Yeah.
If you don't have that right now, that's okay.
Okay, but it's a good question, and we'll figure out under what circumstances that other height limitation would come into play, and we'll have a demonstration for you on that.
Thank you.
when we come back.
Appreciate
Thank
that.
you.
One last question while we're kind of harping on this one. Are you talking about plate heights around the perimeter of the building or in that whole envelope? Because we have a covered sloped roof coming up, say over a porch. The wall that it's resting on may be above the plate height, even though the perimeter plate height is correct. Whereas on the interior, plate heights could be higher and still be within that roof envelope, which is allowed to go up to another 4 or 5 feet, whatever the number is.
Right.
So if you have a covered porch that's exposed beam and this, at the exterior perimeter of the lot, your plate height is correct, but the wall supporting it, behind it, would be higher than that plate height.
Okay.
And it is a plate.
Then if I were applying this as a zoning administrator under the way that it's written currently, I wouldn't allow that plate, because the plate, you can't have you would be prohibited from having a plate above the height we're talking about. We can look into the circumstance you raise and see if there might be some
I think there's going to be a lot of
utility.
exceptions that have to be addressed.
Okay, very well. Thank you.
No exception would go 5 feet above the plate.
No, nothing to go above the roof.
Right. Ever. Yeah.
And I had a question. I think it's really probably been answered by the aggregate of the questions that have been asked, but maybe just to clarify for my own mind. A lot of times in the past, we've gone to roof height, so you're saying let's do plate height. Is the purpose of defining plate height as the measurement criteria to allow us some articulation, in the roof, and give us some kind of a more formulaic way to handle that?
In part, the selection of plate height, in part, definitely yes, because roof articulation can occur above that. But the other part of it is that the clear direction from the City Council, and we're moving everything from either the general plan policies or from the Council's direction at their February meeting, was we want to see 2 stories. And so plate is a very solid way of a line of demarcation at the top of the story, and it's a measurement that we felt we could depend upon to very specifically define where this 2-story height is measured to without any ambiguity.
Okay. Yeah, great. So that's what I was thinking. So it's very unambiguous, except for the exceptions that Bart has pointed out to us.
Exactly.
And this is actually a question for Jim. Does this, who and when or how will we be revising design guidelines that indicate on stepped lots we want to do step down as the grade goes down? We're going to have to get into that if we, by right, are giving them this envelope to work in.
Well, it would clearly be a follow-up step, and the timing is going to be after we're done with the zoning ordinance. So it's probably at least a year off before we begin that process, because we have a lot to do. We have some guidelines in terms of step backs and things, and that are set in the urban design, element of the general plan that give design review kind of the ability to critique and require step backs, and in the existing design guidelines, some, recommendations in terms of stepping down with the slope and staying in character with the neighborhood that I think can, fill the void in the interim.
Allow me to add, if I may, Commissioner, that this is the only zoning category in which this particular measurement criteria would be used. This is not something that would be implemented in other zones throughout the city. This plate ceiling limitation is only applied in this particular zone for this particular purpose, because of the stated need and because of the general uniformity of the slope of the lots that we're dealing with.
Yeah, I do get that, okay. But I'm just trying to figure, as in the Design Review Board, can we treat this differently than other properties of the same downslope and justify it.
Hopefully, the rules will allow you to do that.
Michael, another question?
Yeah, this is intriguing me because I'm not quite sure. I understand that what we're trying to do here is give the rear elevation the opportunity to be greater than the front elevation. So if we set a limit to the front elevation height in this area, is that what we're doing? We're setting it to, say, 20 feet or 25 or something?
In the example that you have before you right now, this number would be 30.
30. Okay. And are we concerned about the mass of the building in terms of the roof above that?
We're concerned, the council's direction was two-story appearance from El Camino Real. And so we're taking our direction from that determination by them and then leaving a substantial block of mass within which a design could work to fulfill the residential densities and the floor area ratio allowances that are called for in the zone to allow for development on these lots.
Does that mean I could put a nice steep roof on top of that building and still have a low plate height?
Well, up to 5 feet above the plate.
So where does that come in?
I'm sorry, sir.
You hadn't mentioned that before.
Well,
you're saying the roof, the peak of the roof can't exceed 5 feet higher than
that's
the
right.
plate?
There's an additional 5-foot
okay.
allowance for grade.
Well,
Thank you. I'm sorry that was unclear.
Right. That answers my question. Thank you.
Do we have any other questions for Mr. Hare? All right.
Appreciate your conversation and help this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Planner Wright, do you have more for us tonight?
Do you have any other things that are in my packet that you want to discuss?
I had one quick housekeeping. On your attachment 3, I believe the numbers that attachment 3 refers to as far as the attachments that each picture goes to
Yes.
may be off by a digit. I believe.
So.
Am I reading this wrong, or would item 1 should be see attachment 4?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Yeah, my
So just
mistake.
housekeeping.
Yeah, my mistake.
And that goes through for all of them. They're all one digit off.
Correct. Yeah.
I had a question.
Yes, and
Oh,
I
sorry,
have
go
the maps here if you wanted to look at them. You know, if you want me to clarify, I have the maps if you want to discuss particular areas.
ahead. Would anyone like the maps brought up?
They're pretty much cast in stone. Do we have any say in, I mean, they are what they are, aren't they?
What?
From
They're
council
initiated by
direction?
the city council. They haven't voted on it. So as part of the process, I mean, they voted on the initiation of each of those and had a straw vote on each. It isn't actually part of the general plan yet because they've asked us to process the amendments. So as part of the review process, the Planning Commission can provide suggestions or recommendations to the city council for their consideration when they adopt it. But they were very clear on their direction.
I didn't study it with that approach. Okay.
There are a number of cleanups. I want to mention there are a number of cleanups in the general plan that are needed. Like, one thing that was not mentioned is one of the 7 areas that we were discussing with the council is a mixed-use overlay, and there weren't any standards identified in the general plan for the overlay. So that is like a cleanup item where we need to address, help public, everybody know what those standards are. So we got direction from the council on what those should be. But that's just one of several examples where cleanup's needed. And so I attached a map with a table that summarizes what cleanups we've identified so far, or just clarifying what changes that we've seen in the comparison of the old general plan and the new general plan just to make it clear that everyone knows that there was a change made, whether it be in particular. I can give you an example if you want. You want me to give you an example?
Sure.
Okay. So the hospital site, the land use type changed from RC2 to CC2, but the standards didn't change. So it didn't change the intensity of the zoning, the types of uses or anything. It just changed the type of designation. That's just a clarification, cleanup, to let everyone know that that's what happened. So that's an example. There's minor things that need to be cleaned up. There's also a need to, in some cases, to add a map to clarify, for example, the architectural overlay limits. There's not a map in the urban design element that explains that, and that actually could be something that would be helpful for me to get feedback on tonight. It's my understanding that when the general plan was adopted, the intent was to extend the architectural overlay between North Beach and the T-zone area. And between those two areas, it would be Spanish architecture not limited to Spanish colonial revival. And the same thing would be applied from the T-zone to the south end up to the freeway, so El Camino Real interchange. That's my understanding. So I'm going to be doing some research and going back and understanding, but if you have any feedback for me and what you remember.
That was my recollection as well as we were going through the general plan, that was the layout, yeah.
Okay. Good.
But yeah, a map that shows not just the zoning, but the architectural overlay would be, or architectural overlay, separately from the zoning, perhaps.
Yes.
But that would be very helpful, both for us and I'm sure for people doing improvements. So.
Sure. So there's several cleanups that I identified in my attachments. If I can talk about those, if you have any questions about others, information we've given you.
I have a question. I think covering the other stuff would be good as well, but I had a question, and this might be a little bit out of left field for what we've been talking about. But in the zoning ordinances, and I wasn't able to go over every page in detail, so I may have missed something. Mm-hmm. But I didn't see anything in there regarding landscaping for zero setback lots.
Okay.
I know that, on Del Mar, and especially in the streets just off of Del Mar, we've talked about having, some bit of landscaping between multi-use and the sidewalk and things like that. So if you could, did I miss that, or is that something under consideration to put in the zoning ordinance, or would that be part of our urban design element? Maybe we could talk about that for a minute.
And there's a number of policies in the general plan that direct staff to make changes. And it's a matter of timing. So in this particular phase one, the purpose is to allow projects to really move forward, that there's just big inconsistencies between the zoning ordinance and the general plan. Like there is no mixed use 3.2 zone in the zoning code. There's just a big inconsistency. So those big inconsistencies we're ironing out in this phase. But there are other things that will be coming back to the Commission in Phase 2. Some of the items that you're mentioning, we're going through and looking at those policies and figuring out what needs to be done during that Phase 2. And then after that, there's going to be another set of changes that I'm guessing will be a little bit more extensive on things like the landscaping. There is, for example, there was a policy regarding landscaping. There was a policy regarding multifamily buildings and ensuring there's adequate landscaping in the front yard. And so we would be getting into a little bit more detail later on in the process on some of those things. Does that answer your question? It's just a strategy that we have because there's so much to do.
No, I think that's great. Get the low-hanging fruit first, and then get more into the details. So. Did anyone have any more questions for Planner Wright, or do they want Chris to bring anything up for discussion, a map or anything?
Chair Ruland, I would suggest we might ask, there's several members of the audience, and see if they have any comments on the item.
That was actually going to be my next question. So So let's go ahead and we do this a little less formally in our study session, so you just want people to bring people up. We probably don't need cards. So if you'd like to say anything or have any questions that you'd like to get answered, go ahead and step up to the podium and state your name and your place of residence and let us know.
I'm happy with whatever.
Okay. Please. Yes, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Cheryl Moe, and I live about 3/4 of a mile from the MU3. I'm also an architect, and I've worked as a project architect at Park Place Retail Center and at Ocean Ranch Retail Center, so I have some experience with that. And just really thinking about the different ways architects work with things and plate heights, and I think how our heights have worked in the past, where we've averaged, has actually worked really well. One of the things I would really caution you about is in the mixed-use zone, commercial zone, in making sure that a developer doesn't show up and say, well, I have mixed use and I have maybe only 100 square feet of that mixed use, but I'm using the 1,800 square feet per area to basically do an RM project where I get 24 units per acre, and so it becomes a housing project. And I think what you're trying to achieve along the street and the pedestrian environment is, what we're all looking for, but to make sure that that can happen is real important to make sure define what standalone is. And you might want to define that instead of 1,800 square feet, maybe it's more, maybe there's a percentage. And one of the things about having an 18-foot kind of first-story plate height, this was, done 100 years ago. I worked at Architects Orange on the Circle. We, there's large 18-foot because they had big glass above, because in the old days they didn't have good lights, so that got light in. And so that's not based on a big square footage. So if the square footage is, a small little commercial, you don't need that kind of height for that. They can be smaller. I'm concerned if you have an 18-foot kind of first-level plate height, someone can in the back all of a sudden sneak in 2 9-foot residential plate heights. So to be really careful how you define that. The other thing would be the roof decks. I didn't realize that the code said the roof deck can start really right at the roof line, and then you can have your guardrail above that, your umbrellas above that. So I just pulled that out of the code recently. I never knew that was there. So, there's an architectural trick that I found. So all of a sudden now you can really get your building up quite high. And then if you had a 40-foot plate and you had 20 feet, you've now got 60 foot to work with as an architect. And, how many floors can you get in there? Are you looking at the floors? Are you looking at, the plates, the way things used to be designed? The other thing I would really try and encourage the City Council to say, you can go higher if you have a bigger parcel. Because I started looking at these, they're about 100 feet by, I think, 40-foot lots, and sometimes, there's 5 lots within a block. So that's when you start laying out parking, because everything's governed by parking. The bigger the lots, you can stack more parking in, and so pay the developer with more square footage if he'll pay for more parking, because that's what we need in this town. So to look at those kinds of options to provide incentives for someone to spend the money to really improve the area. One of the things that we do too is we do the step back architecture with the Spanish. 100 years ago, the buildings came straight down because they didn't have the structural capability to step things back. So, that's why you kind of get that feel of a street. And another example is, like, I looked at Chestnut Street in San Francisco. They have an Apple store, they have a Gap store, but their plate lights aren't that big. But they have an energy with it. So single stories, double stories. But, we're not San Francisco, so we really need to look at what should we be here. And our density, I think, really needs to be at North Beach so that we have transportation and walkability, because people like that. So those are my 2 cents for you guys. And I also wanted to say thank you very much for your work on Ole Hansen. I know the Beach Club that was a struggle, but I went by, and from the parking, or when you drive on the street, you can look through the doors, you can see a glimpse of where the pool is going to be, and it's going to be a really welcoming environment for our community. So thank you for your work on that.
Great, and thank you for your comments. Maybe Mr. Hare, I think that you had a definition for standalone, if I'm not mistaken, in some of your documents. Maybe you could clarify that a little bit and to address Cheryl's question.
We'll continue to work with the architects and have conversations with them about that, so I can make sure exactly and clearly what the question is and what it is that is defined with that. I think what we're trying to do is, again, talk about the entirety of the volume rather than worrying about setting particular limits for additional floors. One of the conversations that we've had as a part of the work on this project is if we indeed do want to make sure that we present a two-floor appearance from the front, do we in some way or another establish a minimum height for the first floor so that we make certain that the second floor doesn't have enough room to become 3 floors and so forth? So we're still working through some of those dimensionals, and we'll keep in contact with the commentor with regards to those matters.
Very good. Thank you.
Jim, I think the philosophy, if I understand our current draft, is that we're not getting too dictatorial about where the different kinds of spaces can be within the building. We figure the market demand will kind of dictate, the retail will probably most likely be on El Camino Real, but we're not absolutely prescribing that it has to all be on El Camino Real, so there's, some flexibility there. So I just wanted to make that clear that that's how it's drafted now.
Okay.
Just one little quick comment. Keep an eye on making a comment about mezzanines. Okay. Because it's not a floor, and if you have an 18-foot plate, you can have a 9-foot mezzanine, which in effect you've got 2 floors in that one room. So.
Any other member of the public would like to address the Planning Commission? Okay. Does staff have anything else for us then? Oh, I'm sorry. Michael, please.
Okay, so the height limit on our diagram on the front is 30 feet, right?
That's what we're looking at, yes.
And is the intent, though, that it's not to be any more than 2 stories?
The intent is the 30-foot limit is the equitable amount of a 2-story building, yes.
Oh,
that's
a creative architect could get 3 stories in 30 feet very easily.
Yeah, that's.
So are you gonna preface this by saying 2-story building with a 30-foot height limit? That would help, but.
Comment on that? What's that? I think where we're going, we're discussing options in that regard and how to ensure 2 stories.
You can't leave it at 30 feet and expect that that's automatically 2 stories, because architects could make that 3 stories all day long.
Point well taken. We're looking at a couple different options with regard to El Camino Real side.
Part of it, we've done a little bit of research and gotten some feedback by both the development community and the architectural community. And the reason why the current height is kind of landed on this 30 is because of marketability for the first floor and looking for the higher plate lines. For the first unit, I think we was thinking about a 14-foot kind of a minimal thing you would even want to consider. Even higher is better. I think that the market analysis at 18 is the target. So that's what Jim was alluding to as well. If we want that, and if you want to encourage, successful retail on that first floor, maybe we make that the standard. That there wouldn't, along with a cap, there might be a minimum standard on the bottom floor on how high it has to be. Just a thought.
Or maybe we set a number of limit on stories only on El Camino Real. But we're looking at different options. We're working with getting community input from the guilds. We just had our meeting and we're starting discussions with them. So we want to look at that a little bit more before we have a good position on it.
Art, did you have a question?
To really complicate things, just for the fun of it. Consider, if you're doing 30-foot, 32-foot, whatever, that along the street elevation that only 30% can be at 32, then you have to have the rest at 30, and then the following 30 at 28. Any way they want to break it up, just to break up that, so we aren't getting the typical 30-foot parapet straight wall, just anything to encourage creativity. So.
Okay. I think so far what we've been considering is there's two components to of what guides development, and I think that was something more we were considering as more of a design guideline type of issue, where you would look at those issues in terms of the monotony of a plate line going across a project through the design review process, rather than setting specific zoning limits on it.
The only reason I'm saying that Newport Beach has on their beach walk a volume calculation. Things have to come in and out and whatnot. And it's really helped not having a square box with a front deck and everything looking cookie cutter. So, if you say you can get an extra 2 feet in 30% of it if you drop below an equal amount in another area. So that would be like the mean height. Mm-hmm. Maybe you give them a mean height and let them play with it a little bit.
Okay, we can look at that.
Any other questions or comments for staff? All right, well, if there's nothing else, we got about 5 minutes before the Planning Commission starts. We could take a 5-minute break. So I will close. Thank you, staff, for your reports. And we'll close the study session and reconvene at 7 p.m.
might be something to keep you awake. Oh. Amber wasn't kidding. And then I looked up there and I went, oh. I did already steal that word. Looks like it. I'd like to call to order the Planning Commission meeting of Wednesday, March 18th, 2015. And I believe, Bonnie, I think it's your turn. Would you mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Not at all. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hey, Mr. Petches, if you'd please call the roll.
Commissioner Eggleston. Here. Commissioner Barnes.
Here.
Commissioner Brown.
Here.
Chair Darden.
Here.
Commissioner Crandall. Here. Commissioner Rulin.
Here.
Commissioner Smith.
Here.
Okay. That brings us to approval of the minutes. We have minutes from the regular Planning Commission meeting of March 9th, 2015. Are there changes, or do we have a motion?
There are changes.
Okay. All right. We'll start with...
Just on the last page, page 8, under reports of commissioners and staff, Commissioner Crandall announced he would be out of town April 25th through May 2nd, not for the entire month. Just 1 week.
Okay, Bonnie.
And then I have page 4, line 13. And please replace that sentence that begins with additionally with the following sentence. She pointed out that 3 oversized, well-designed monuments make enlarged signage on building facades unnecessary. emphasizing that with today's modern technology, many shoppers rely on GPS devices to locate stores.
Okay.
And then there was one other item that I would like to be on the record. I'm not sure where it goes. Perhaps it's on page 6 after the series of bullets. I was opposed to I was the only one that opposed to accept the oversized signage on the building facades.
In the straw vote.
In the straw vote, that's
Okay.
right.
All
And I didn't seem to find it, or maybe I missed it. So I'd like it to be on the record that I was, not okay with the oversized facade signage,
Got that, Eileen?
wherever it goes, but,
Okay. All right, if there are no more changes?
I'll move that we accept the minutes of the meeting.
I'll second.
All in
As
favor?
amended?
Aye. Opposed? Okay, passes 7-0. That brings us to oral and written communication. At this point in the meeting, members of the audience may address the commission on matters of public interest which pertain to the city and are not otherwise on the agenda. If you wish to speak, please step forward to the microphone, state your name and city of residence, and make your presentation. Please limit your presentation to 3 minutes. Is there anyone who'd like to speak to something that's not on the agenda tonight? All right, seeing no one step forward, we'll move on. That brings us to the public hearing process. The public hearing process includes a staff presentation, a presentation by the applicant not to exceed 10 minutes, and public testimony. To facilitate the meeting for all attendees, the public is asked to limit their individual presentation to 3 minutes. Following closure of the public hearing, the Planning Commission will respond to questions raised during the hearing, discuss the issues, and act upon the matter by motion. Commissioner Wheeler?
And I just need to disclose I had a conversation with the applicant, Mr. Kapoff, some months ago at his request when he was asking for my input about the project.
Okay, thank you. All right, so the first item on the agenda is, oh, I'm sorry, Michael. Yes.
I have to claim this.
Okay.
The applicant called me and we discussed it briefly, and I just want to go on record I did that.
Okay, thank you, Michael. So the item that both Michael and Jim are referencing is item 8A, 2316 South El Camino Real, interpretation 13-505, conditional use permit 13-249, architectural permit 13-251, site plan permit 13-252, the La Ventura Event Center. Amber Gregg?
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. Amber Gregg, project planner. And that whole mouthful that Ms. Darden just said boils down to the La Ventura Event Facility. And that proposed project is located at 2316 South El Camino Real, which is at the terminus of East Avenida San Gabriel and South El Camino Real. Here it's highlighted in green on the left-hand side. And as part of this project, an off-site parking agreement on a city-owned parcel is also proposed, and that's identified on the right. So in summary, the proposed project is requesting a 5,505 square foot event facility. The architectural and site plan permit are required for the building design. A conditional use permit is required for public assembly and the off-site parking agreement. And there is an interpretation for the courtyard wall only. I just want to make sure that that's clear, that it is only for the courtyard wall and no other portion of this project. So a little bit of background, that this is in fact the third time this project has been before the Planning Commission. The first time was in December of 2013, and that item was continued because of concerns on the parking and access easement at the time. The project was heard again on July 16th, and revisions to that project were evaluated along with the off-site parking that was introduced at that meeting. And the Planning Commission had several questions and concerns related to valet, noise, parking and traffic and circulation. The applicant requested to continue that meeting to help answer those questions. That's what he's been working on since that time period to provide the necessary studies and analysis for staff. And that brings us to tonight's. So here we have the previous plan as well as the proposed site plan, and I'd like to go over what has changed since the last time the Planning Commission saw this project. On the left-hand side, the site was limited to the center portion, here we go. Right here, and the project had 18 on-site parking spaces. Since then, the applicant has entered into a purchase agreement with the adjacent property owner. This is the parking lot located directly behind Stano Tires, to purchase that property, which results in a total of 30 on-site parking spaces for the project. The circulation has not changed as part of this. The main entry and access point is still off of El Camino Real through a lit intersection, and we'll go over that more in detail later in the presentation. The applicant just simply has additional parking spaces. So this is a closer up of the proposed site plan. And I want to note, too, that the purchase of this property, Siano Tires does not rely on the back area for parking to support their project. All parking is provided on the front one, which is why the applicant can enter into the purchase agreement with this.
Could you just say what you said again?
So
slowly?
Siano Tires does not need the back portion of the parking lot. I'm sorry, this parcel here. So all parking to support the just under 3,000 square foot repair facility is provided on this parcel, the front parcel. So in terms of development standards for the event center, the project complies with all setback requirements, lot coverage, floor area ratio, is well below the maximum building height. Parking requirements require 38 parking spaces, and the applicant with the off-site parking proposes 52 spaces. In the landscape, he's proposing 13%. Previously, it was at 10%. So for the architecture of the proposed project, it is in a Spanish, you okay? It is a Spanish colonial revival architecture. The project is located in what has been identified as a newly designated surf zone. The surf zone does allow for a wide range of architectural styles. The applicant did pick this because it is at a gateway and would complement with the senior housing development that was newly constructed known as Cotton's Point. So at the front elevation, this lower portion here, this is the courtyard wall. It is set back approximately 4 feet from the front property line. There is proposed to be landscaping along there, and the 2 archways that you will see here will house murals that will be reviewed in the future by the Design Review Subcommittee and ultimately approved by the city planner if the project is approved. There are single barrel tile roofs with 25% random mortar packing. It will be a white stucco with a light sand finish in a bump and roll style similar to the Casa Romantica application is what the applicant is trying to emulate there. There are segmented arches. There is a covered walkway of about 10 feet wide that leads from the front courtyard towards the main entry itself. And the windows will be inset 6 inches with the doors proposed at 8. This is an elevation just inside the courtyard wall. We wanted to make sure you could see that elevation as well, where you see the doors opening onto the courtyard, the arches above, as well as the large beams that will span across the courtyard. This is the elevation on the main drive aisle. As you can see, there's a covered pergola at the main entryway as well as the arcade on the side along the front there. This is the side that will face Siano Tires, or the east elevation. The building is proposed on the property line, and there was concerns about that. And at Design Review Subcommittee, the applicant had stated that he could do landscaping along that side, and as a condition of approval, it is required that he obtain an easement along that side for landscaping, and the adjacent property has been contacted and is amenable to that. And then this is the elevation, the rear elevation. The applicant also provided renderings to give a more 3D conception of the design. So this is from the back parking lot looking towards the main entrance. I'm sorry. Yep. I'm sorry. So here you see the covered patio area. This portion here is the covered walkway. Again, that's about 10 feet wide with the segmented arches. Not all of the landscaping is shown in the renderings to not cover too much of the building, so please be aware of that. And then this is along the same main drive aisle side there, but it's on the opposite side of the proposed block wall that will separate the liquor store directly adjacent to the project, looking north. The 2 large trees that you see here, though, those are olive trees that are proposed. Here you can see that there's a screen covering that segmented archway that will be a living succulent screening mechanism. Serves to help make a main entrance when the bride comes in. And then this is when you turn right into the project. So now you don't have the wall blocking that portion of the view either. this is the view from the Stano Tire side. Again, not all the landscaping is shown on this side, and we relied heavily on landscaping to provide vertical relief in addition to the architectural details that you see on that side elevation there. The parapet heights for the entire building are tall enough to cover any of the mechanical roof equipment, so none of that will be visible with the proposed project. And since we were talking about landscaping, this is a revised landscaping plan. Not a whole lot has changed from the previous time, but I did want to highlight the rear wall that separates the residence from the proposed project. There were questions about that previously on the trees that were located in that area. So working with our engineering department, there are several trees that have been able to be located back there in between the parking stalls to make sure that they have enough of a root base to grow. There are 4 trees back there, and they vary between Brisbane box and I believe fern pine. The applicant is proposing to maintain the large eucalyptus tree that is there on West Avenida San Gabriel, right at the corner in this location. And enhanced landscaping will be located in all the landscaping islands that are located on site.
Why is no sidewalk?
That's just it should be. That's an error on the landscape architect's part. I noticed that too.
Could you go back to the site plan real quickly? And just, can you talk a little bit about the parking access easement through the back of that property and why we have the curb cuts where we do?
Yes. So there is a private parking and access reciprocal easement that runs along the rear property line. This is a description of this and an illustration, I should say. An exhibit is provided in your staff report, but we did not provide it as part of the presentation because the project does not rely upon that. But there is a private access that runs behind Stano Tires, the proposed project, the liquor store, and Spanish Village. And this is a private access agreement, so the city doesn't recognize it, and we have to make sure that the project complies with the requirements of the zoning ordinance. The applicant has tried to work with the other property owners and has come to no avail, which is why we are making sure that the project stands on its own merit and does not rely upon the access or the easement. So the curb cut there starts, and I'll move this here, starts the 24-foot wide access that runs along all the back properties in that area. So that's why you have that access point. I should also note that this access point here is a city-owned alley, and that's because we have a sewer pump station located right here, so that can never be vacated. The other portion of the alley, which used to run through here, was a city-owned, and we vacated that to the applicant with the approval of his 2009 commercial property when he had received approval for that.
Wayne?
I'd like to ask the question, can we go back to that again, please? Why does not the city recognize a private easement when development comes before us?
It's a private.
Maybe I should ask our Assistant City Attorney that.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, it's a private matter, which is why the city doesn't get involved in private easements.
Okay, so other concerns that relate to public assembly uses are parking. As I stated previously, the project requires 38 parking spaces. The total proposed parking is 52, and that's a combination of the 30 on-site as well as the 22 off-site. In your packets, we go over the valet analysis who can increase the efficiency to provide a total of 65 parking spaces on the on- and off-site lots together. For the off-street parking, to utilize it, the applicant would have to install retaining walls, level the parking lot, pave and restripe the spaces, install landscaping and irrigation, provide all necessary water quality improvements, and then finally lease the spaces from the city. The area that we were talking about, oh, I'm sorry, I thought I had an image there. The one that was shown on the first slide runs along the golf course. It is currently dirt right now and not improved, but we do have a lot of cars that are parking on that already, causing water quality concerns in using those spaces. So I just wanted to note that as well. Because parking is such a large concern with this project, particularly because it's in the residential area and we want to ensure that there are no impacts to the residential area, The following conditions have been applied to the project, and that's to require management to inform the customers not to park on the adjacent streets, as well as provide handouts to the customers when renting the facility. Require valet services for events when they have 50 guests or more. Prohibit valet... 80 guests or more. Prohibit valet companies from parking on adjacent streets. And valet services shall be required to utilize the El Camino Real ingress and egress only. Now, when we had reviewed the valet parking previously, there was a concern about how they were going to access that. The previous intersection had only shown these two crossings, so that would force the valet attendant to cross two streets in order to access the cars. There's a concern that they wouldn't do that or cross illegally somewhere else, or that there should be a more efficient walkway. That has been redesigned to include the pedestrian from the south portion of the site over to right in front of Pedro's Tacos.
And Amber,
Yeah.
it's not just the valet that might be using that access, because that also is going to be available to the drivers of the cars when there are fewer than 80
Yes.
guests. Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay.
Yes, that's correct. So it's just going to be an additional crossing for one of our streets.
Amber, when they utilize the parking lot, the alley parking lot there, will they be blocking off access to it from other cars that are going toward East San Gabriel?
No. That
So
will
they
remain
will be
open.
prohibited from blocking that off?
That's still a public alleyway. They're only leasing the spaces themselves.
All right, thank you.
Bonnie?
Okay, I have several questions about the parking and then a couple of others about the lot lines.
Bonnie, you might want to wait till she, if you don't have something about this section right here, you might want to hold, do you have it for right here?
Well, I wanted to ask about the valet parking
okay.
spaces behind the Sugar Shack that is our public spaces adjacent to the golf club, golf park. Now, I went there today, and it looked like there were numerous parking space availability there. How many spaces are there in addition to the proposed 22, if you go along the whole alleyway?
I don't know how many are along the whole alleyway, but that is a whole lot of parking back there.
Isn't it at least 100 spaces?
At least. And I'll note, too, that that's public parking, yes, and we have a lease agreement with the OC Tavern up to where the spots are improved right now as well.
So there is a lease agreement for all the other spaces for OC Tavern?
Not all the other spaces. I don't know the exact number, but I do know it is the span that goes from there to, I think, just
So that would be
south
for
of the OC
78
Tavern.
spaces if there's 100 spaces?
I don't know if there's only 100 spaces.
Does anyone know?
It's a golf, every space all the way down to Magdalena, the access to the golf course, behind the hotel is city parking lot. It's overflow for the golf course, except for about, if I recall, when we approved OC Tavern, because of the off-track betting, I think they only leased about 15 or 20 of the slots.
Yes.
Right behind OC Tavern. And everything else belongs to the city and is officially there for the golf course, except for this section. It's all golf course here, which is dirt, which he's going to improve for the city.
That's correct.
So everything else, there's a few slots that are not city parking right now.
Okay, so is the ink dry on the purchase paper with Sano Tires for purchase of those 12 parking spaces?
No, it is
It's a done
contingent
deal.
upon this project being approved.
So that may not happen necessarily. That's not a given, for sure.
It's a
If the
condition
project
of
gets
approval.
approved, he would have to acquire it because that's how the project would be approved.
All right, so that would allow 30 spaces.
A total of 30.
Parking spaces, and he needs 38, which means he needs 8 more.
Which he is providing through the off-site parking, that's correct.
Correct. Has there been any interaction with the Sugar Shack located at 2319 South El Camino Real, which is right across the street and has 21 spaces?
They would receive notice of the pending project, but has the city asked them if they would like us to, ultimately, the decision of the parking lot lease, if this were approved, will be decided by the city council.
Right. Well, I was just wondering if Actually, I spoke to the business owner today, and, you know, the hours are from 7:30 to 2:30 in the afternoon, and then the lot is not used anymore. And so I was I just wanted to know why there was no interest in share parking, why there had to be valet parking for when there are so many available spaces already. So why wasn't that also considered in here? I don't understand that part.
It's probably a question for the applicant, why they chose to lease from the city as opposed to enter into an agreement.
Did you have anything about
perhaps
that?
Perhaps when the applicant comes forward.
Because they only need 8 more spaces. So, all right, so we'll ask the applicant in a little bit about that. Okay, that's it on the parking.
Okay, thank you, Vonnie.
Okay, so the proposed hours of operation are daily from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Previously, the applicant had requested from 8 a.m. To midnight daily with the ability to stay open to 1, basically on New Year's Eve, but they have since rolled that back. There is no amplified sound projected on the courtyard and no outside loading or unloading between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. And the reason why that's important is because there can be noise concerns when you deal with public assembly uses or event centers. The project has an outdoor gathering area at the front of the property, and what that does is that it lets the building behind it create a buffer between the residences as well as the courtyard area. Again, there's no exterior amplified sound proposed, but noise was still a concern of the Planning Commission at the previous meeting. So since then, the applicant has put together a sound study. And what that sound study did is it analyzed interior and exterior noise potentials or pollutants that include effects on all nearby properties and noise levels that could potentially be generated from the parking lot, because that was a concern with potential loitering in the parking lot as well. And the study concluded that the noise generated from the project would not exceed any city standards. The noise study did say that, as always, there's always a potential for the project to exceed these standards, but that those could be mitigated with conditions or mitigation measures put on the project. So the sound study had recommended an interior sound meter with a warning light installed, so that way any bands or musicians on the inside could see if their noise levels were too loud or if the speakers were set too loud. It also suggested providing a copy of the noise ordinance with the contracted vendors and install automatic door closures to ensure the doors were not left open, and I believe that was something that Commissioner Crandall had recommended last time as well. All of these mitigation measures are included in the conditions of approval.
Amber, I believe Commissioners Barnes and Ilson both have questions for you on this issue.
Okay.
Yes. Well, I did see the requirement for the decibel loudness meter on the inside, but is there a requirement for a sound meter on the outside patio area? Even though it's not amplified, noise can be quite loud. Is there, and I'll ask the applicant later if they would mind if there would be a meter on the outside too. That would be one question. There is nothing in there for that, right?
No, there is not an outside sound meter because the sound study didn't see that as a concern.
The other thing I noticed is that in the conditions of approval, I think it was number 21, was that the best management practices would be implemented if noise was a problem later on after the construction. And I'm wondering why we're not implementing best management practices at the outset to ensure and not have people coming back and reconstructing later.
So we do have best management practices as far as insulation of the building, keeping the door shut, and having typical conditions that we place on these facilities. In the event that there's an issue that we didn't foresee that came up, we have that condition of approval on there to see how we can address that to make sure it's not an impact.
What are the best management practices for insulation in the walls?
They have to meet California Energy Code standards, which I'm not a building official, so I can't tell you the exact. But I will say that I believe that the architect or the acoustical analysis gentleman is here and can probably answer those questions for you because they would be able to speak to them.
All right, and the walls are 12 feet high on the outside patio?
The courtyard requested wall is 12 feet high.
including the zero lot line in the back of the lot?
The zero lot line on the side, you mean?
On the side, yes.
That would also be 12 feet as well.
All right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Fawn. Wayne?
The sound study, was it done, or was the consideration done with the doors closed to the courtyard area?
I'll let the acoustic engineer answer those questions.
All right.
I don't want to assume.
Thank you.
Okay. So at our previous meeting, the request to look at other like event facilities in the city was also brought up. And so staff pulled Costa Romantica, Ole Hanson Beach Club, the municipal golf course, also known as Wedgwood, the casino, and then also provided the applicant's request as well. So the hours of operation range anywhere from 8 a.m. till as late as 1 a.m. in the morning. The applicant is proposing 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. All of them have amplified sound. Costa Romantica is the only one that allows outdoor amplified sound in the amphitheater, and that is permitted until 10 o'clock at night. Municipal Golf Course has the latest availability to do amplified sound indoors at 11:30. And I'm sorry, the casino actually can go till 1 a.m. For valet parking, the only one that requires it is the Costa Romantica. They have 32 on-site spaces according to the site plan, but when I called the facility, she had mentioned that there are 35 parking spaces, so between 32 and 35 parking spaces on-site. Their off-site valet is with the city parking on Linda Lane, and casino has optional valet parking that they offer, and then La Ventura has requested to be allowed to do valet parking as well. As far as proximity to residences, to see what kind of impact that would be, the Costa Romantica is the closest, being only 30 feet. And I just want to place a caveat on there. The way staff had measured that was from either the edge of the building or an outdoor gathering place, whichever point was closest to the adjacent residential building, because lot lines and setbacks can play. So that's why we did that. The municipal golf course is approximately 50 feet away, and La Ventura is approximately 80 feet away.
Commissioner Smith?
Yeah, Amber, I have a question about that slide that's up there now. Casa Romantica, 150 guests, Beach Club 175, golf course 200, casino 375, and this project 150. How were those guest numbers calculated?
I don't know how they were. I didn't check exactly how each one was calculated, but it would either be by occupancy or parking.
Well, the writing that I see here, it takes one space per 4 people. So could we assume that if we divided those numbers by 4, we would have that many parking spaces available for those facilities?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, that'd be a good assumption.
And do you know what the occupancy will allow in this building at 5,050 square feet?
As far as a building load occupancy, no, but we would artificially limit the occupancy like we do in restaurants or other places that have limited parking numbers to 150. So the posted max would be 150.
Okay, thank you.
Don?
Yeah, sometimes that's also set by fire code, too. Sometimes it, yeah. So, yeah. But
Well,
yes,
although Amber is saying that we artificially limit it when the parking is limited. So sometimes it's lower than the fire code.
Yes.
By the way, if I should know this, so I don't know if it's 30 square feet a person or not, but if it is, then you could go as high as 180 or so. So that would be more restrictive than the fire code if I'm in the right ballpark there.
Thank you, Michael.
All right. So the last portion of this project is the interpretation. And again, this is just for the courtyard wall only. And what the zoning ordinance says is a fence, a wall, or a hedge has a maximum height of 6 feet. Walls determined to be an accessory structure can exceed 6 feet in height and can have the same maximum height as the building. In this zone, a building can go up to 45 feet in height. That is not what they're proposing. It's a 12-foot wall in order to enclose the courtyard, which would act like an outdoor room for the facility. So I'm not going to read these, but in our zoning ordinance, the definition addresses accessory structures, accessory buildings, and attached accessory buildings, and we did an analysis in the staff report. And in the end, staff believes that the courtyard wall is an attached accessory structure in that it is incidental to the primary building. It meets classification of a wall as a minor structure, and it shares a common wall. So that concludes staff's presentation, and staff and the applicant are available to answer any questions.
Are there any further questions for Amber?
Yeah, I have a couple. I know we have some event facilities like the casino. Their events are based on event permits that we provide to them. And this seems to be a different scenario where they're not going to require specific event permits for specific events. Can you explain sort of why that is the case?
Yes. So the casino is also allowed to have as many events as they want with interior amplified sound. There is not a limit on it. The only time a special activity permit comes into play is if they are proposing an event with outdoor sound amplification. The zoning ordinance allows for a maximum of 15 of those types of events a year, and the casino typically does apply for that every year in order to be able to provide those. They give us notice when they are going to do them. That way we can prepare and notify code enforcement, sheriff's department.
So if these guys wanted to do outdoor amplified music for some reason, they'd have to go through the zoning administrator and all that sort of thing?
That is correct, and that's included in the conditions of approval and highlighted in there as well.
Okay. And this is more of a legal question. In Condition 16, we stipulate that the applicant has to provide instructions to the guests that they can't park on San Gabriel. But San Gabriel is a public right-of-way, and it's public parking. Are we getting ourselves into any sort of, legal issue by saying essentially you can't park there even though it's a public street?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, that is an interesting question. If San Gabriel is indeed a public street with public parking, the public is entitled to park on that street. We can condition the applicant to direct its guests not to park there, to park in the available parking, the valet parking, et cetera. But if a guest chooses as a public member to park on a public street, there's little that we can do to stop that.
Okay. So I don't know if we need to play with the wording of that. I think, I'm in favor of that condition.
Mm-hmm.
We just, when we get to that point, we may want to see if we need to play with that a little bit. Is the valet service being provided free to guests? Or that's actually a question for the applicant. I'll wait till the applicant speaks. Thanks.
Thank you. Bonnie?
I wanted to ask about the wall between the parking on the west side and the residence where the trailer is parked in the back and so forth. That is a 12-foot wall, yes?
No, it's a maximum 6-foot high wall.
This is a 6-foot high.
Yeah, in order to do a 12-foot high wall back there, it would require a variance application on part of the applicant.
Did anyone get the distance between that wall and the side of the house of the residence?
I did measure that when I calculated this, and I believe it's approximately 15 feet.
It was 15 feet, because when I was there, it looked a short distance from that measurement, and I was noticing in the morning that I was concerned about the height of the wall and the sun being blocked completely, making that whole side dark in there.
There is an existing 6-foot high fence currently, too.
I was wondering if the resident had been asked for input about the height of the wall.
I know that the applicant has expressed to me that he has spoken to that woman, but like I said, the fence that's existing there right now is 6 feet in height and would just be replaced with a solid block wall.
Thank you.
Wayne?
How far up East San Gabriel were notices given?
Approximately halfway up the street in conformance with the 300-foot.
So we didn't go beyond our 300-foot?
No, we did not.
Did we notify the senior apartments?
The new Cottons Point development?
Yes.
They were included in the 300-foot.
Okay. What is the distance between the curb on El Camino Real and the entrance there where the car is sitting? Do you have any idea?
I'm sorry, I'm going to just scroll up to the site plan because that just is easier for everyone. And I want to make sure I'm in the area that you're requesting. Are you asking between here and here?
No.
Okay.
From El Camino Real to the door of the entrance of the event center, which is...
From here to here?
Yes.
We can look at that really quickly. Just give me 1 second. Unless the architect knows offhand.
It's about a third of the depth of the lot.
So if her lot is
entrance is there with cars, right?
No, I think it's more than a third.
Are you looking,
From the back property.
Wayne, is it the
There's questions with the front of.
is it the front door, or is it where the car is queuing? So are you trying to get an idea
Where
of
the
the
cars
queuing
would come
distance?
in.
So the queuing distance is what you're looking for?
Right, yes, thank you.
So I think what he's looking for is the queuing distance of the cars.
Okay. I'm going to ask the architect to go ahead and scale that out for us and give
All
us
right.
an answer. In
All right,
just a
thank
minute.
you much.
Okay. Bart, did you have a question?
I'm going to save it for discussion.
Okay. And Amber, I had asked you a question today, trying to look at comparable properties to get an idea of compatibility of facilities that served alcohol and had parking lots that were adjacent to residences. And you looked into whether there had been problems or code compliance issues in those areas. And what did you find?
Do you want to state which businesses you had?
Yeah,
me
the
look
ones
into?
that I had identified for you were Hapa J's, which is, I believe, on the corner of Cornelio and El Camino, El Mariachi, which is on Ramona, Outrigger, which is also on Ramona and El Camino, and then Big Helen's, which is down on Dolores and El Camino.
So we sent the request to our code enforcement department, and they pulled a search on the properties, and they had found that there were 0 noise violations. There was that were actually reported. There were no noise violations reported, with the exception of Big Helen's. There was one, but it was deemed to be unfounded.
Okay, thank you.
Curb to rear bumper of the little car, 112 feet.
To the entrance door.
Yes,
To the rear bumper of where the car sits in the diagram.
which is the front door.
Which is adjacent
Yeah,
to the
the closest point to your entrance.
112 feet. All right, thank you.
Are there any more questions for Amber at this time, or shall we invite the applicant to step forward?
One more.
Okay.
Is there any more parking spaces available, such as 8 spaces behind Sano Tires, in addition to the 12? Could they share that or use that?
I can't answer that question, and I can't answer if a property owner would be willing to enter into a shared parking agreement.
All right, because that's the number of spaces they need to accommodate 150, according to the 4-car per share plan.
That's correct, but I will point out that the last time that we had convened a planning commission, just as a point of information, because I know that Ms. Barnes, you were not on the commission at that time, there was a concern of a 1-to-4 ratio, which I think is why the applicant is still pursuing the 22 spaces to ensure that there's adequate parking. Just information.
Okay, thank you. Okay, at this time, we invite the applicant or the applicant's representative, Mr. Kopoff. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Don Kapoff. I'm the owner of a vacant parcel at 2316 South ECR, El Camino Real. I'm a 39-year resident of San Clemente High School graduate. We've raised our family here. Hopefully our grandkids will grow up here one day as well. We have 2 little babies. For 15 years, I've been a senior chaplain with the Orange County Sheriff's Department here in San Clemente. Like you, I give my time to the city pro bono. I'm responsible for helping with family disturbances, suicides, dead body calls, train fatalities. I do this because I'm pretty good at it. I also do it because I love the town, I love the residents that live here. And it gets personal for me. I know a lot of people in this town. And twice I've been called out to friends of mine homes that are facing tragic circumstances. What I'm trying to say is I'm not some out-of-towner. I'm not here trying to make a quick buck and then leave town. I'm deeply invested in San Clemente. I'm trying to take a vacant lot, which has somewhat a negative history, and turn it into a building that will benefit San Clemente. I've owned the lot for over 7 years. I've been a good neighbor. Several times residents on San Gabriel called me and asked if they could use my parking lot, and I said yes. Twice I was called up by an Orange County Sheriff's deputy to broker peace between the owner of Santa Mechanic and a couple families on the street on San Gabriel. The message was to give to them was that if the deputy comes back again, someone's going to jail. So I did that, and no one went to jail. I will continue to be a good neighbor. I've entered into an agreement with Eric and Lisa Wagner, who own Iva Lee's. They'll be the only caterer for La Ventura. They have done over 700 weddings or events in San Clemente, and there has never, ever been a complaint filed against them. This is at venues that are closer to the residents than La Ventura is. Enclosed in the staff report is a petition that we did. It lists 22 of the local businesses close to my lot that are in favor of my project. La Ventura will provide jobs, increased property taxes, and sales taxes. Many other businesses will benefit as a result. Restaurants, hotels, gas station, florists, just to name a few. As was stated previously, my building is 1/2 the size that we could build per code. The building is 17 feet shorter than the code allows. We are overparked by 14 cars. We are asking for no variances. We comply with all the codes, and we have made concessions. We have decreased the size of the building. It was 2 stories. Now it's 1. We initially posed 12 a.m. as the closing time. Now it's 10 p.m. We initially wanted 190 people. Now we're asking for 150. These are major concessions. This will be a fantastic addition to San Clemente. If any have questions on the project, you can ask me. If I know them, great. If not, my consultants are here as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coppoff. Other questions? Michael? And then Jim?
My recollection of the site is that there's adjacent, over here, there's a lot more parking towards the back of the site. I don't know if there's an aerial.
Is it to the east of me?
Yeah.
Correct.
Behind the other stores. Do we have an aerial of the site? It looked like one. Yeah, you can see there's another big chunk of parking back there.
That's correct.
Have you ever looked at the idea of sharing that? Is that full after hours when you want to do business, or is it going to be vacant, or do you know?
You know, it's pretty ironic that you say that, because actually, if I was to have anything other than a wedding venue there or an event center like that, and we had a shared parking agreement, the parking would clash. But that particular parking lot is pretty much free of cars after 4 or 5 o'clock every day, and it's a ghost town on the weekends because it's basically an office building. So it would work, but I just can't get together with the owners to figure out a reasonable, equitable, in their opinion. They won't come down. They will not even state what they want, period. I was talking through lawyers last week, and I tried to get them to agree to terms before this meeting, and so the answer is no, I can't.
Can't.
Well, I mean, I'm more than willing. I'm more than willing. They can't seem to do it.
It might be sitting there empty, and you just don't have the ability to park them.
Well, here's the thing. I don't want to. I'll answer your question. The easement that we have now is reciprocal, right? It's for parking and ingress and egress. So that particular owner, he's here tonight. He and his tenants and his clients can drive across my property 24/7, 365. No problem. I've never said not to do it. It's fine. That's the agreement I bought with the lot. It's there, so I'm fine with it. But they, for some reason, will not even agree to give me 20 parking places at night when they're not there. I don't know why. I can't figure it out, but that's where it is. So I went, and I'm buying the other property behind Santa Mechanic, Mitch's property, because he's agreeable to that, to get my 30. And then Amber, the city, suggested developing this parcel behind, I call it behind Pedro's Tacos, at my cost, and then I rent it back from the city to get enough parking. So that's where I'm at, I did not, to answer your question about the Sugar Shack, I never gave that a thought. I think if that's the case, it has to be a third-party agreement with the city at that time. I'm not sure, and I don't feel comfortable going to a person. I know her a little bit, Rose, right? Is that who owns it?
Actually, it's her daughter, Christina.
Okay, Christina, yeah.
We've been there for 23 years.
Yeah, I've been there before.
And she says you've never come and talked to her
about
the parking.
Oh, well, because it's not my parking.
About sharing parking. Excuse me.
Well, it's fine, but, I mean, it's going to cost me $100,000 to do that back on the alley. If she's telling me that she'll give me a shared parking agreement, and I pay her a couple $100 a month, I'll save $100,000. I have no problem doing that. I just don't want to, put somebody out.
Sure. I just think you might want to check all your options if you haven't explored it.
Yeah.
That would be an example of a symbiotic relationship that you have in your attachment, and that's where both parties receive mutual benefits from close interaction.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to. I'd like to get a vote tonight, so I wouldn't want that to be. I don't want this to be tabled for that.
Sure. And also, I was just wondering because the parking for the golf course is actually right behind Sugar Shack, and the driving up there would impact the business there as well. So I was wondering if
which business? I'm not clear
the
on
Sugar
that.
Shack business.
No, that parking actually, it's not. We call it a parking, but that's kind of like a euphemism because it's actually a vacant lot, and legally in San Clemente you cannot park on it. You have to park only on a finished surface. So the cars that are parking there now are in violation of your city codes. So what I'm proposing to do is pay $100,000 of my money.
I understand. Thank you.
But-
What I'm saying is the parking row adjacent to the golf
The parking road?
row
Okay, the row.
of approximately 100 spaces. Okay, it's behind the Sugar Shack.
No, it's-
And the Sugar Shack has 21 spaces in it.
Okay, so
So
you're telling me that the Sugar Shack is right here, right?
it's at
The Sugar Shack-
2319.
That's the Sugar Shack right here, right?
It's right next to Pedro's Tacos
Yeah.
that you've been talking about. It's
Yeah.
right next door to it.
So all this is dirt right here, right? And right here is the start of where it's paved. So in no way is this where I'm thinking of trying to get paved is in conflict with the Sugar Shack because I can't park there legally, or the golf course. The golf course doesn't even start here. This is Mike's at OC Tavern. If he said 15 or 20, you go, it's down to here. And then the golf course is from here down to Magdalena. It's not-
Correct.
This is not anywhere in question of the golf course whatsoever.
All right, well, the point I was trying to make is behind the Sugar Shack over
Right
there.
here.
That is correct. That is the point, not the other
So,
things.
then I follow
And then
that.
we will have valet parking that will be crossing the street and going to that area, and then there will be visitors that will also see the parking. And I wanted to ask you, how many caterers and staff will you have, and where will they park?
Well, the caterers and all the staff will park on the alley, for sure.
All right, in one of the 22 spaces or the packed valet? My understanding, the valet parking is such that you can get, for every 4 striped stall, you can get 5 because of the backing in, as described by the valet company that you
Correct.
have
Right.
contracted with.
Right. Okay, yes.
Is that where they would be parking?
Well, keep in mind that I'm 14 spaces over parked, correct?
The question was, is that where they will be parking?
All staff and all the valet people and all the cater people will be parking on the alley. That's correct.
Thank you.
That's it? Okay.
Excuse me,
We
I'm
have-
still asking my questions. Can I continue?
Yes, Michael.
You have to excuse me about this, but I don't like necessarily asking what-if questions, but I suspect it's the question on a lot of people's mind here tonight, certainly on mine. If you go by the statistics and the requirements for this venue, looks to me like you're totally within the number of parking spaces that you're going to need. At the same time, you're thinking that 150 people could come to a wedding there. That's reasonable. I've been to a lot of weddings. I'm sure people have been to a lot of weddings. One thing I notice every time I go to a wedding venue is that there's lots of people, lots of cars, lots of parking. So I'm going to give you the what-if question. Let's say you have a wedding, 150 people, and only 2 people per car show up. That's 75 cars. You have 52 with your plan, which is in the requirements. But it's a what-if. What if this happens? What are you going to tell your parking people to go park these other 25 cars if that happens?
Santa Mechanic, the owner, he's told me I could park on his parking lot in the off hours. There's 8 up there. More behind the alley. I know they won't be on San Gabriel. I've promised that.
I would think that that's a concern for a number of people in this audience, so it'll be interesting to hear that, but it seems to me that a what-if scenario is very viable in a wedding with a number of cars, so.
Amber, would you address the parking requirements in relation to Commissioner Smith's question?
Yes, and I'll kind of change it up a little bit. So we have a lot of restaurants in town, and we provide parking for a restaurant based on the zoning ordinance of 1 parking space per 4 or 1 parking space per 5 if you're in the downtown. And if you have more people with cars than you do parking spaces, they are allowed to park on public parking areas. And like we had been discussing before, there is quite a bit of public parking in the vicinity. The applicant can only take advantage of a shared parking agreement for parking spaces within 300 feet. But that does not mean that the rest of, the whole alleyway that Commissioner Barnes was previously talking about, that is still all public parking with over 100 parking spaces, as you mentioned.
Would there be any objection to self-parking in those public places for guests? Must they be valet?
Over 80 people, the valet is complimentary to the guests. It'll be on all the invitations. If it's someone that's local in San Clemente and they know about that parking and they choose to park there and walk across that nice new crosswalk I put in there, I guess they can do that. I mean,
Because it is public parking, yes, or is it going to be on roped off?
Yeah, absolutely not. Absolutely. I don't see why they couldn't.
Okay. Jim?
Regarding the valet parking, is the valet parking going to be free for the guests?
It's free.
Is that going to be communicated to the guests in some way, in invitations or what have you?
Absolutely, yeah, it will, yes.
Okay, good, thank you.
Bart?
Yeah, I just wanted to make it clear for the public and everyone on the board. It's my understanding that to enter into a parking agreement with a property owner, you're tying those properties into a parking agreement where they cannot improve their land in the future without that parking agreement being dropped because they don't get to count that parking. So it's actually not necessarily a benefit to properties in the area to grant parking agreements. Would that be a fair generality, Jim?
I think so, yeah.
That's a good point.
Okay. So just to clarify the combination of responses regarding the parking, they're required to have 38 spaces. They have 30 parked on site with the new Sano agreement. They have 22 across the way in the alley, and there's additional public parking that may be available for overflow if they go further down that alley adjacent to the golf course. Mm-hmm. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
This is Andy. He's my valet company. If you were to have specific questions right now about parking, maybe he's better at it than me.
Okay. Are there additional parking questions? No, thank you.
Is it okay if I make a couple comments?
Sure, if you keep them brief.
Okay. There is 30 on site, but we can actually fit, I would say, at least 38 vehicles in that spot, or in that space, because of the fact that we park vehicles very close together. It's not so much the backing in, it's the fact that we spatially kind of engineer the length. We'll put big cars in certain spots and smaller ones in others. So I think the requirement for 150 people was 38 spots, and with the valet, we can fit at least 38 vehicles in that space on site without even utilizing the stuff across the street. Correct. Yeah. I'm sure you guys have seen the valet lots where everything's, packed in. We don't go exactly by the marked lines in order to accommodate all the guests. So.
Did you have a question for the valet?
It satisfies the spaces they need for.
Well, I think there's a practical use, and I think then the city has a requirement.
I just notify the Planning Commission that we've talked about kind of two ends of the spectrum here, above and beyond the requirement, which the applicant is actually how many spaces? Several spaces beyond the actual requirement.
14.
Then the anecdotal, worst case, scenario that everybody comes with just two people in the car. You're charged with the, conformance with the zoning code and the zoning ordinance and the standards. If the standards are wrong and we don't agree with those, then maybe we direct staff to look at those and reevaluate them. But for your purposes of analyzing the project tonight, you should be go by what the rules are in the zoning code as a measure of fairness of all the other projects that have came before it, and we've used that standard.
And while it's helpful information to understand how the valet parking makes maximum use of the spaces, we still need to count the spaces in the manner that the city counts them, the lined marked spaces, right? Okay, thank you. Are there any additional questions for the applicant at this time, or shall we open the public hearing? Okay. Then we'll be opening the public hearing at this time, and I have a number of cards from people who wish to speak. If you haven't yet submitted a card, please fill one out and bring it up and give it to our recording secretary so that we may hear your views on this subject. The first card I have is from Rick Anderson. The second card is from Paul Marquis, and the third is from Mark Williams. I'm letting the second and third speakers know what order they're in so that perhaps you could queue up in the aisle just to make sure that we have an efficient process. Welcome,
Good evening.
Rick.
Hi, how's everyone? I came here, I'll be pretty quick, straight to the point. First of all, I'd like to say that I support the project. As we've kind of kicked it around here this evening, it complies and conforms with all the requirements and actually is over compliant in many needs. But more importantly, the gentlemen that are developing are good, solid citizens. They've been in business in San Clemente for many years. Eric, 13. And he runs a very successful restaurant. As a matter of fact, you're all probably aware that he's actually leased 2 more spaces in the Denault building. And he does a very, very efficient, clean, and very good job for the community. The demand and the need for the facility that they're building is one that's going to benefit the community and the citizens of all of us here. It's really nice to be able to do something in town, and we all know that's a real problem. And there is a lot of competition. I own the Casa Tropicana Hotel down at the pier, and we do a lot of events with the Casa Romanica and the casino, and it's always a problem, people coming to us to get married in town and trying to find a place to do it. The competition is extremely stiff, and I hate to send them out of town. So personally, I'd like to keep those tax dollars and all those happy people in our community. And I think there's a real demand for this kind of facility. It's a good use for the property, and it's very, although it's close to neighbors, and I can understand that. We have neighbors, and we're in a business. Our neighbors are right behind me. We just do the best we can, and the 2 gentlemen that are trying to build this project have demonstrated that they have the capability to do that. So without going any further, I just really would like you to go ahead and approve this project tonight and let us enjoy the benefits of what they intend to provide us with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rick. So next will be Paul Marquis, then Mr. Williams, and then Scott Kelly.
Good evening, and thank you for letting us speak. I'd have to agree with Rick. I am completely in favor of the project. I actually live 2 streets over on Junipero. I've known Mr. Kapoff since high school. He's always been a man who is, he's a man of integrity, a man of his word, and he's a man of the community. I vote, or would hope that you vote, to approve this project. I am all in favor of it, as is my wife, who couldn't be here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marquis. Mr. Williams, followed by Mr. Kelly, followed by Michael Casenza, please.
I'm Mark. Excuse me. I'm Mark Williams, and I actually own a home on San Gabriel, and I also own a business just 1 block up from this, Montgomery Motorcycle Company. And I just want to express my support for this project. I think it's really refreshing to see people starting to move into the south end of town and revitalize an area that has been neglected way too long. I believe that the out-of-towners that will come in for these weddings are going to benefit the local businesses, and hopefully they'll buy a T-shirt at Montgomery Motorcycle. I don't know. But I love the architecture. I love the use. I think anything that facilitates people getting married is a beautiful thing. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Okay, then Mr. Kelly, Mr. Casenza, and Mr. Yarborough.
My name is Scott Kelly, and I've also lived in town about 40 years. I've been involved in a lot of construction, was with the Lusk Company for a long time, did Marblehead and a bunch of other stuff. And I've also been privileged to know Don Kapoff for many, many years. And one thing that encourages me, I'm in support of the project, but I'm also in support of him owning the project, because I know things will be done in a way that we can feel good about, and that's important. My one concern was sound and noise and so forth. I think, and I've discussed it with Don, and I've discussed it with the sound engineer. I presently build mixed-use projects in San Diego and mid-rise projects, and I just think attention needs to be given to the execution of that, and I'm sure that's in the plans. I've read the sound report. I'm familiar with it. I understand what they're talking about, and it's just got to be, it's just got to be executed correctly. Which, having built enough in San Clemente and having seen a couple building inspectors in the audience this evening, I can tell you that it generally gets done that way because they're just that kind of people. Love them all, but they're very, very thorough. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time, and I do support the project.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Kelly. So then Mr. Cosenza, Mr. Yarborough, followed by Lauren Ingman.
Good evening. My name is Michael Cosenza. I've lived here in the city of San Clemente for 6 years, and I'm definitely for the project. I'm kind of learning about the project as we go along here. Definitely a wealth of information has come across here today that I'm just learning about, especially from you, young lady, and for you, sir. So I'm going to talk about Eric. Eric is a very successful businessman. I think that any problems that ever came along the way, I think Eric would take care of them in a quick and speedy fashion, and I definitely think that just the way he handles his business, I think this business will be run the same exact way, and that's my take on this thing. I know him very well, good man and good businessman, definitely successful in what he does, and I think he's all for the community. He's not all about him kind of person. He's for the community. I live and work here in the city of San Clemente, and I volunteer my services here as a sheriff. I've just been appointed for all security for any special events that are taking place in the city of San Clemente, like the car show and the street fiesta, all those kind of things. And the way Eric runs his business, I've never seen any problems there. I go to his establishments 2 or 3 times a week, and I just never see any problems. And I don't see any problems with this new thing coming along, and I'm all for it.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay, next is Mr. Yarborough, Ms. Ingman, and then John Martin.
Good evening. I'm Will Yarborough. I'm a 16-year resident on San Gabriel, West San Gabriel. And I also, I'm one of the building inspectors. I've been with the city for 10 years. And it's been a really difficult decision to openly oppose this project since I live so close to it, and that the parking and the people and the noise are really going to affect my way of life. And we're trying to keep the parking off our street, which there's no guarantee that they can, like the council member said, how do you know, how can you regulate 200 cars showing up or whatever, for the amount of occupancy? It can always go over that number. And I'm just opposing it because, we opposed it the last meeting, and I think it's a bad idea, and it's not a good fit for our neighborhood, and it's just going to see problems. Thank you.
Mr. Yarborough, just to clarify, is your primary concern is the parking on your street? That's your primary concern?
Well, now that he's changed the hours, that's a little bit more reasonable, but the parking is definitely, our street is very narrow. We have limited parking, and there's no guarantee that people are not going to go and try to get a valet to park. They're going to just go park themselves, self-parking, and there's public parking, so there's no way to enforce it. So that's our concern.
Okay, thank you very much for clarifying that. I appreciate that. Ms. Ingman, Mr. Martin, and then Brian Johnson, please.
Hi, thanks for hearing us tonight.
I'm also a resident of San Gabriel, and I appreciate what Don's done to accommodate the project, but I think we're just still really struggling with it, that this is not necessarily a compatible use with our area. As Will mentioned, there's a lot of conditions that have been built into this new revised proposal, but it seems very self-regulated. There's not actually a way to determine that people aren't going to come down our street. And again, this is a super narrow street. We have a lot of traffic problems, and you can't turn around on our street until you go all the way to the end. We have lots of kids. And then other issues like number 10, no loitering in the parking lot. That parking lot is really, really close to the residents. And, with events even finishing at 10 o'clock at night, people aren't supposed to unload or load or be loitering in the parking lot, but there's no actual security or anything on the, as part of the conditions to ensure that that's not going to be the case. And there's a lot of loitering in that area in general, and I just see that being a problem. And then there was also discussion last time about the comparison with other facilities, and a mention that other facilities actually had a cap on the number of events that they could have at some of those facilities, but I never saw that in the staff report, and I don't know if that was actually evaluated, but we thought that there was some reason that some of the other events facilities that were near residents, there was a maximum of a number of events, and that sort of reduced the impact to the neighborhood. So I thought that was something that should be looked at. And that's basically, informing your guests not to park on our street doesn't really seem like a real solution to the problem. And if you look at that area, there's not actually a lot of public parking for people where to go. So our street is clearly going to be an avenue that people are at least going to look at. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Engman. So Mr. Martin, Mr. Johnson, followed by Chuck Neary.
Good evening. Thank you. I'm John Martin, a 28-year resident of San Clemente and pretty frequent patron of Ivalee's. But also I'm on the board of American Heroes Tribute, and we create banners for fallen service members, and we've had 3 events at Ivalee's, and we're kind of at the point where we're outgrowing that. So I welcome an additional venue in the city. We're at the point where we're outgrowing it, and so we've done some investigation, checking out the golf course primarily to look at that as the next step up as far as accommodating the number of guests that we have. And the month that we probably waited too long, but the months that we were interested in doing it, which was primarily September, September's completely booked over at the golf course. So we welcome an additional venue to consider, and we'd prefer to keep our event. All of our board members are from San Clemente. We prefer to keep the event here in town, but not only keep it here in town, but at a great venue. The way this has been designed, I think it's beautiful. So we're in favor of it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Martin. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Neary, followed by Randy Dietz.
Hi, thanks for hearing us tonight. I would like to say that I'm in support of the idea for developing this vacant property on El Camino. I'm also in support for another venue of this sort in San Clemente. I think it is needed, and I think it would do the city good. However, my issue with the proposed project is the use of that particular property for this particular type of event center. I believe it could have very negative effects to the area, the traffic, and the neighbors. As originally proposed to the commission, this was to be developed as an office or commercial building. I believe that's when it was the 2-story building that he was referring to. And, that would bring a standard amount of traffic, activity during normal business hours during the day. But the new event center, it's going to bring much different traffic and use pattern to the area with a much higher impact to the neighborhood. As much as I appreciate the work that was done to complete a noise impact study and the efforts to limit the hours of operation, I don't think this will be a sufficient way or sufficient to reduce the negative impact of traffic congestion, congregation in the parking lot, and the noise impacts to the residents of the area. The limited parking situation will only be made more difficult, I think, by operating a valet service that will have to constantly be on the move back and forth to off-site locations during the beginning and end of each event. We know that these things have start times and finish times, so trying to get 150 people into one area in a certain amount of time is going to cause backup onto El Camino. You've only got 115 feet of space between the front door and the road, so you can probably only fit 5 to 6 cars on that. and you've got all these people trying to come in at once, it's going to cause problems. We already know that there's been issues and accidents at that intersection just with the draw of Pedro's alone. Now try to imagine maneuvering 150 people, up to 52 cars in and out of one location, and that's assuming we have 3 people to a car. I am in total agreement that I never go with that much of a crew to any sort of event. It's usually myself or one other person in a car. And with all due respect to the report and the rules for an empty building and parking lot by 11 p.m., I worry that we'll end up with littering and alcohol issues spilling into the neighborhood streets. We have families, we have children, pets, vehicles, and personal belongings all within as little as 20 feet from these premises, because the fence line is where the people will be parking, and there's literally a house 15 to 20 feet away from that. So I'm not asking you to block the development on this property, but we are just asking you to put yourselves in our shoes and work towards a more appropriate use for this space instead of the event center. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Neri, Mr. Dietz, followed by, I'm sorry, Carew is the last name. I can't read the first name.
Yes, Chuck Neri. I'm a principal in the Spanish Village Business Center, immediately adjacent to the project, the one with the parking. And I really wasn't going to. I was going to probably try to take the high road tonight, but I think Don opened up the door to some personal things, and I think I can match his volunteer service in San Clemente. I've been here for 45 years. We've had the Spanish Village for about 25 years, and first of all, I think all those issues that came up at the last planning meeting are still there. They're better. But traffic's a problem, getting people off of El Camino Real fast enough, and all the issues with parking. We didn't even talk about employee parking tonight, but there's a bunch of those. There's probably 20 or so that. So I think parking is going to be is going to continue to be a problem. The discussion about the easement came up with Don, and I would like to just make a couple comments about that. There is a shared parking agreement with 3 property owners there, of which we are part of. However, and we did not reach an agreement with them, and it's been touched on tonight because it's an economic concern. It would be required to have that property recorded, and it would affect the value of our property. And we have not been offered any compensation for that. All we've been offered is that we would be able to keep our easement. That's as much as we've gotten so far. And the issue with the easement well, first of all, the planning commission, the last planning commission meeting that occurred right after that, where he was continued. Shortly after that, a lawsuit was filed against us to have the easement abandoned. All of a sudden, there were 3 major speed bumps installed on the easement property. It is now gated, and so I think there's some questions to be asked here. This afternoon, I went to a zone administrator meeting, whereby the owner right on San Gabriel wants to put a fence directly across and block the easement, and that was approved. So I wonder how you reconcile that with Don keeping parking in that same area. So this is some strange activity by a couple of my neighbors, and I really didn't want to get into this, but Don himself opened up the door to that by his his getting into his personal service and so on. So I would appreciate it if that question be explored. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neri. So then Mr. Dietz, Carew, and Richard Lombardo. I'm sorry, Lombardo.
My name is Randy Dietz. I'm a resident of West Avenida San Gabriel. My concerns are, well, first of all, I want to say that I'm happy that some headway has been made and some concessions and some changes along this thing in order to make it a little bit more palatable for the neighborhood. Personally, I do not think that it's still neighborhood-oriented. Based on the noise, I am a pool contractor and a landscape contractor in San Clemente. I'm held to a 50 decibel noise, 50 decibels at the property line in this town during the day. Okay? That's not even been addressed on this at night, and there's going to be stuff going on when the children are sleeping. To the parking on San Gabriel, based on all the information I've got, is self-enforced. Basically what they're going to do is they're going to flood my street, which is very skinny, has very limited amount of parking. The residents on the street basically are parking the way we are. There's maybe 2 spots open at night when everybody's home, and everybody pretty much gets along with who parks where and how it's gone. If it doesn't fill up our street and my wife and children have to walk 2 to 3 blocks to our residence, then it's going to be in Chuck Neary's place, which was indicated was going to be empty at night with all those parking spots. So people are going to be parking illegally on his private property. I want to get to the valet parking. I don't know how you guys are figuring stuff out, but 22 is not 27. If you can park in the parking lot that he provides, private property, you can stack them on top of each other. I've noticed that this is public parking, public City of San Clemente, and this is the area behind Sugar Shack, behind Pedro's, this area here. I think that's great that he has attempted to secure that property. I think that's great, but if it's public, you cannot put 22 cars or 27 cars in 22 parking spots. Try it on, on Del Mar. There'll be tow trucks. The one thing that was not touched on here is our street has had ongoing sewer problems for years. The problems stem, as far as we can tell, from the changes that were made when the freeway was built. And according to the public works guys that pump it out on a regular basis, that they don't really have a solution for it. I'm just wondering if this project is going to be going down the same sewer system that we have there, which basically, I'm not positive how it works, but it fills up at the bottom of the street. The last 2 to 3 houses are having problems. The place starts to smell. The city comes down and pumps it out. If it, in fact, it is going out onto El Camino, that would help. And I just want to know how this is going to impact our street. And I just think that personally, I think that it's not a good fit for our area. All right? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dietz. And is it Myra? Maya, I'm sorry. And then after Mr. Lombardo is Cyrus Mavalavala. I'm sorry if I'm way far off on that.
Hi, good night. My name's Maya Carew, and I'm here to show my support for the La Ventura project. I personally believe that and know with these owners that they will reinvest the income and the business back into San Clemente. Personally, I've seen Ivalee's in works at multiple venues with a lot of the same issues that you guys are talking about tonight: sound, parking, loitering. Ivalee's is a well-oiled machine. They've been doing this a long time in many of the local venues already. And they, like I said, are a well-oiled machine. They respect and have a lot of integrity for the laws and regulations for alcohol, sound, and getting the people moving. They have a plan. They know how to manage these types of events. They're professionals at this. And with all my trust, and I've seen it multiple times, they manage it correctly and will get the people off the property. They have a lot of respect for their business and a lot of integrity for it. And I see it being a wonderful thing for San Clemente. So.
Thank you, Ms. Crew. Mr. Lombardo.
Well, you're doing a very good job with that difficult name. I congratulate you. It's Lombardo.
Okay. Apologize.
No apologies necessary. I'm impressed. I want to come here as a proponent, and I'll tell you why I have special interest. I have 5 children, and I'll tell you it's tough to find any place in town that's a quality venue for special events. So I think with increased supply, of course, hopefully costs will come down as well. And as a resident of San Clemente for several years, 11 years to be exact, I certainly have a vested interest in the area. But I see this as a benefit to the community at large, increased employment, increased revenues for property taxes and sales taxes. I see this as a far, far less intensive use than, say, the outlet mall, to be sure, but also the way they're managing the possibility of off-street impact, if you will, of professional people that will be, taking cars and parking in various locations, I think is a great solution to this, situation, if you will. This type of use is not the kind of retail use that you might get with the OC Tavern or some other restaurant facility where people are constantly coming and going and who knows what condition. But when you have the professionals parking automobiles, they take an entirely different tact on how they're going to do it. They want to be sensitive to the community. I've attended many events and seen that as being a benefit, so I think that's a wonderful solution. And by the way, I wish my neighbors had a required time limit of 10 p.m. on their parties. It would make a great impact upon me. So I think that is something to take into consideration as a benefit, if you will, to this facility. So my thought really, if the residents are concerned about the street parking in the immediate area, then I think the city should restrict all street parking, if that's really their concern, because this is going to be, people can take up no more street parking than exists already. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mavalavo. Oh, I just really messed that up.
Thank
I apologize. And then Mr. Bry, and then Mr. Baggin, I believe.
Thank you. My name is Cyrus Mavalvala. I'm a proud 18-year resident of San Clemente. And if I recall, perhaps it was Wayne who one time did an editorial, and I could be wrong, about keeping our dollars in San Clemente. And I have taken that to heart. And in the 18 years, I cannot recall, I can count on one hand all the times that I've spent my dining out or discretionary income outside of our town. Because I love the services that we offer, I like the atmosphere. And this project, I'm here voluntarily because my son is about to get married. And we exhausted all the local venues, and now we have to spend our money somewhere else. And I don't like that. And when I heard about Don Kapoff doing this project, I happen to know him. I've gone to church with him for many years, and I also know the quality of person he is and the quality of services that he provides through his insurance business. So I'm here just to support the project and to say that I hate spending my money in another city that will not recirculate those dollars back in town. So thank you for your concern.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Bry, Mr. Baggin, and then Brian Lepresti.
Hi, my name's Todd Bry. I'm a 20-year resident of San Clemente and a 16-year resident on San Gabriel, right across the street from where this building is proposed. It was Commissioner Smith that asked, or said earlier, that he doesn't like to ask what-if questions, but I think a lot of us who live on the street appreciate this what-if scenario because it has to be brought up. What if it's not 4 people in every car? What is 2 people or 1 people per automobile? And I'm just echoing some of the same statements that were mentioned earlier. I think parking is going to be a big issue here, and it's going to be a problem on our street. And it can't be stated enough how narrow that street is and how difficult it is to get up and down the street. If cars wander on there trying to park because the available parking is filled up for the events, they have to go. They can't just, it's not like most streets you can go down and make a 3-point turn and turn around and get out of there when you realize the street is filled up. You have to go all the way to the bottom of the street and make a U-turn. There's a lot of children that play on this street, and I just think it's inviting problems on our street to have this many cars around. I'm envisioning a situation where 10 o'clock rolls around and the event is done with its use, but now you've got all these cars like the valet gentleman was saying earlier. They're not going to be parked just normally. They're going to be stacked in as close as they can. You're going to fit 39 cars in a space where they said is meant to be 32. And I just don't see how getting cars across El Camino Real and from the area behind the Sugar Shack can happen that quickly for 150 guests. So now 10 o'clock has rolled around, and you have a lot of guests who are celebrating at the event facility where alcohol has been served. And how much time realistically does it take to get all those vehicles across the street and get everybody out of there in a timely fashion? I think the parking and the noise that's going to carry on after 10 o'clock while people are trying to vacate the area is going to be have a major impact for those of us who live nearby. So I do like the idea that that space that has been sort of a magnet for vagrants is going to finally be cleaned up, and there's some sort of plan to put something, but I'm not sure that this type of event center is the best use of that space. So those are my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bry. Mr. Baggin or Baggett, Brian Lopresti, and then Charles Krolikowski.
I just wanted to talk about the parking just a little bit. Obviously, and I drove that street on San Gabriel, it's very tight. I totally understand the concerns of the residents. There's no parking there. And it is, if you drive down there, it's very difficult to turn around. As the valet service, and I live in a beach community, my business partner lives in a beach community, I understand the parking issues. But the valet serves, and it's hard to put it on paper, but we serve as a buffer between the restaurant and the residents. The last thing we want is for the residents to be upset. If there's a problem, they can address it with us and we'll take care of it. And not only that, we communicate it to the owner. We're the first impression, we're the first line of defense. So I just wanted to make that kind of personal note. I mean, to give an example, we have an account in Corona Del Mar, excuse me, my voice, on PCH and Avocado. And it's that same thing, very compact, very, very tight parking. When I used to park cars there, some of the residents would come and they can't find parking because of whatever, other businesses, they can't even find parking on the street. I'd park the car for them. They'd leave the keys with me. I'd throw the keys in the mailbox at the end of the night. That kind of stuff. Not that I can guarantee we can do that for people, but that's the kind of business we are, and that's the kind of relationship that we have, not only with the business, but with the guests too. So I just want to make a little note as far as the buffer goes, because that is hard to communicate on paper, and I guess that's about it.
Andrew, can you explain for us how you handle the situation at the beginning of the night and at the end of the night when you have people queuing up? There seem to be a lot of concerns about people backing up into the street or about long wait times while you may have to run across the street.
So as far as guest arrival goes, there's a greeter who is in charge of getting the guest out and ensuring that they get out in a timely fashion. If it's a situation where it's someone that's taking longer, the greeter pulls that queue down the line. I think it's 160 feet from El Camino Real to the corner before that first spot. So the greeter continues to pull cars down. If there's one car, of course you greet them right at the door. Hi, welcome, you're here for the wedding. If there's cars stacked, you pull the line down or pull it around the corner. And as far as guest delivery goes, we have a couple systems in place, one which includes text by valet. So the guests, they're ready to leave. They can text. It goes to our iPod. We can have their car queued before they even come out. Those are just some of the things. Does that answer your question?
Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Lopresti, the last card I have is for Mr. Krolikowski. And if there's anyone else who wishes to speak, please bring your card forward now or we'll be ending the public hearing.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm an 11-year resident of San Clemente. My wife and I own a home on Avenida San Pablo, about a block away from the proposed event center on the one-way portion. And while I agree with some of the neighbors here as well that it would be great to have some sort of improvement on the vacant lot, I'm not sure that the event center proposed would benefit the neighborhood, especially parking as well. I walk up and down, my dog, up and down San Gabriel as part of our walk. And parking is at a premium there all day long, all night. The only other problem with the parking is, as well, the proposed additional parking behind the Sugar Shack. People going up that way, up the San Gabriel from where Pedro's is, there really is nowhere to turn around up there. There's a stop sign, and the only way to get down would be to take a left onto San Pablo, the one-way portion, which is where I live. I have children there, and it's a very narrow street, and it's 25-mile-an-hour speed limits there, but anything over 20 miles an hour can be dangerous coming around the corner there. So I think that kind of poses a bit of a risk there as well. Traffic as well, I believe, would be impacted greatly in the intersection at El Camino Real and San Gabriel, especially at the event start times and finish times, trying to get that many vehicles in and out of there. guests waiting to get into the event center as well. It's very close to that intersection right there, which is busy as it is. So I think that's going to kind of pose quite a bit of a risk there as well. So.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And Mr. Krolikowski, and then Tony Dietz.
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Charles or Chuck Krolikowski. I'm a resident of Irvine. I wasn't going to talk tonight, but a few things were brought up, and actually a legal question was brought up earlier, so I thought I'd jump in. One of the questions that was brought up was the condition regarding either instructing people or the valet not to park on San Gabriel. A question was brought about whether that's enforceable or not, and to the extent it's imposed as a condition, and to the extent that Mr. Kopoff agrees to that condition or does not challenge that condition, then it is enforceable. So that's one thing I think that needs to be brought up, is that a condition that is not challenged or agreed to is an enforceable condition if the developer agrees to it. And then another thing that was brought by Mr. Neri was the reciprocal access and parking arrangement between actually there's 3 different properties. There is a dispute regarding that. We have tried, I've actually been Mr. Kopoff's lawyer trying to resolve that dispute. We haven't been able to resolve that dispute at this point. That's why Mr. Kopoff decided, well, let's let the project stand on its own. Let's find the parking somewhere else until we can resolve this dispute. And we hope to resolve this dispute, and if we do resolve it, 20, 30, 40 additional parking spaces will become available on site. So, even though the project stands on its own, irrespective of Mr. Neri's property, to the extent that dispute is ultimately resolved, additional parking will be available for this facility. So I just want to raise those 2 points to you and bring those issues up. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Dietz?
I just want to talk about something that was brought up in the first council meeting, and it was about ingress and egress. We haven't talked today about the cars leaving on our, pulling out onto our street and leaving and then turning right or left on El Camino from there. I don't know if that is going to be blocked off during that time or if they're going to just be doing circles around the building. That's a big concern, because if all the cars are lined up to go out and there are 50 cars there, how are we going to get off of our street? What if there's an emergency? We're just stuck. So that's my comment.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, seeing no one else stepping forward, I'm going to close the public hearing. And Amber, if you wouldn't mind stepping up and answering a few of the questions that came up. There are a few that I noted. You probably picked up on a few others. One issue you addressed earlier, but I think some members of the public might not have heard, the issue about why some event centers have caps on events and why some do not.
So all the ones that I noted, which were Costa Romantica, Ole Hansen Beach Club, the casino, the municipal golf course, they do not have caps on the number of non-amplified sound events that they have. The cap applies to when they have an amplified sound event on the outside. So all of them can have music, a band playing on the inside for 365 days a year if they wish, although it never comes close to that. But if they were to have amplified sound, meaning if there was a band on the patio, they would need a special activities permit, and we cap those at 15 per year. Those do require a public hearing, goes before the zoning administrator, and all property owners within 300 feet are notified of that.
Jim, were you wanting to add something or just shifting? Okay. All right. Then there was also several people raised the issue of employee parking. Could you explain how employee parking is considered when we do our parking counts?
Yes. So the parking ratio that we have is a federal required, or not federal required, a federal standard parking ratio that we follow, and employee parking is taken into account with the total numbers. So in this case, the 1 parking space per 4 employee parking is taken into account for that.
Okay, and that's not a standard that we're applying to this facility. That's a standard that we apply citywide to these sorts of facilities.
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know anything about the sewer issue?
I know that this facility connects to the sewer line on El Camino Real, and that there has not been a concern raised about that from our utilities division. That's the extent that I know about it. I don't know about the residents.
Okay. Then the egress onto San Gabriel, that's going to be blocked, is that correct?
The valet proposes to have cones blocking that, so that way all ingress and egress is going out towards that way. We have not conditioned the project to block that ingress and egress for events of less than 80 guests, but that is a condition that can be added in that event, that I don't believe that.
And I see Mr. Kopoff nodding, so it sounds like he would be open to that if we wish to add that.
That's correct.
Okay. And were there other questions that you heard that you'd like to answer?
No, there's one other thing that I would like to make note of as far as the ingress and egress. It was alluded to that the Sano Tires property went before the zoning administrator today to erect a fence along their property line, cutting off private ingress and egress. That was heard by the zoning administrator today. Again, it is a private easement agreement, so the city does not enforce that, but the applicant was made aware that there is an easement. He stated, yes, he was aware that there is an easement, and that would be a private issue for them to dispute. The applicant has stated that, if that's something amenable to the residents, if that was resolved, that he would be open to maintaining a wall or erecting a wall or a fence in that location as well. That's not something we could condition because there's the private ingress egress there, but it is something he is open to if a resolution is reached in the future.
Thank you. Are there other questions for Amber? Don?
No, not really for Amber. I just see the traffic engineer here. So I wonder if I could. Well, you did a traffic study, and could you address some of the concerns of the queuing on El Camino Real or potential diversions down Avenida de San Gabriel? As far as the concept of this project has been put together with valet parking and all that.
Right. So we did review the traffic study and the conceptual improvement plans on this. And as you know, they're going to be adding a fourth leg to the intersection. And so with this planned land use and the numbers which we're seeing as far as traffic, the impact is relatively insignificant on the level of service for both the intersection and circulation issues for the roadways. So we don't have any problems with the circulation or the increased.
So you don't foresee any queuing issues on El Camino Real as based on the normal flow and the way the valet would work it and run the queue line and bring the cars further down, and whatever you've done with your analysis, you don't foresee an issue there with this type of an event?
That's correct. Right.
Wayne?
Thank you.
Okay, let's talk about a scenario for a moment here. Usually before an event, like 45 minutes before an event, cars start coming in.
Right.
Okay, so if they have 150 maximum people,
right,
and I'm saying not 2 cars or 3 cars, I'm saying 2.5. I'm not saying 2 people or 3 people per car, but I'm saying 2.5 people per car. That would be 60 cars coming in a 45-minute period. And we have from the curb to where they're dropping, where people would be dropped off, 112 feet. A car is, 10 to 12 feet long or whatever, I guess. That would be around 9 cars that would be able to queue from where they're going to be dropped off to El Camino Real.
Right.
So all of a sudden, within 45 minutes, we've got 60 cars coming in.
Right.
And you don't see queuing on El Camino Real at all?
Now, not from what I've observed from watching valet services at restaurants, they actually move the cars rather quickly. So I believe there won't be a queuing problem on El Camino Real. I mean, there may be at some point. I'm not guaranteeing that there couldn't be a car queuing on El Camino Real, but we don't see that as a significant issue.
All right. Thank you.
Bonnie?
On your traffic plan, the abbreviation PPB, is that proposed pedestrian? What's the B?
I did not do the traffic plan. I reviewed it, so I'll let the applicant answer that question.
All right, there was no key, and so,
I think they're the pedestrian push buttons.
I don't, it didn't say, the key was not there, and
Was it on, it's on the,
it's on the traffic.
traffic,
It's on the one sheet with the traffic, yes.
with the, for the signals?
I was
Yeah.
looking for it, I don't have it now, but.
So, yeah, it's pedestrian button, yeah, right, right.
Pedestrian push button, thank
Right.
you.
This was accommodating the city's traffic department, and they wanted something more clearly shown on the plan, so.
So we also conditioned the project to add the crosswalk, which was mentioned as well, so we wouldn't have that additional crossing for two legs of that intersection.
Thank you. Bart, did you have a question?
Just a quick, I was looking and listening to Wayne's comment, and I don't believe the valet people would have any objection to this either. There's no reason they have to have the drop-off at the doorway. If they see a backup occurring, they can bring them all the way around to the back and start queuing them there. So I think they can actually get a lot more than that 100 feet in reality if they do that.
Don?
No, I'm fine, thank you. Thank you very much, Tom.
Okay. Are there any other?
I just have a question with regard to the sound study, and I don't know if the sound people are here that can answer this, or maybe Amber can. But was sound considered if the doors on the courtyard area are going to be open and closed from time to time? Obviously, they're not going to be closed all the time. They may be automatic, but certainly sound is going to come out onto the courtyard area, and since the courtyard area is more enclosed, it could act as an amplifier for those people on East San Gabriel.
No, it actually is an attenuator because of the sound wall.
Well, sound can go over the sound wall and up and over the sound wall to up to San Gabriel.
It can, yes, but it still meets the requirements. I mean, it is attenuated.
All right, thank you.
Okay. If there are no further questions, I'm anticipating that we'll be in discussion for a while, so if we can take a 5-minute break and come back at, let's see, what is that, 8:51, please.
Precise.
Now, I didn't. order, and as we move into discussion, I'd like to suggest to my colleagues that we break this into segments for not to vote. We have a single resolution, so I'm not suggesting that we vote on the issues separately, but just to hear the comments and find out where the areas of concern are. And I believe that the areas where there will be the least concern, just based on the questions that we've all been asking, would be on the architecture. So I'd like to start there, find out where everybody stands on the architecture, then talk about the interpretation, and then discuss the site plan and the conditional use permit as one, because they're really very interrelated. So would anybody like to start off the discussion on the architecture? Are there concerns, support for the architecture? Don?
No, I think from the architectural permit standpoint, would be several passes through design review subcommittee. I think it's very well done. I think the way the site has been laid out and where the actual center has been positioned in the courtyard, in fact, mitigates some of the sound concerns where the courtyard has to go over the building to get to the back. So I think the architectural treatment, if I look at the five-sided building concept, the owner's have gotten an agreement with Sano to get plantings on that side. So he's walked all the way around the building, I think, fairly well. And so I think the output by the architect and the applicant and the design review committee, in sum, over the fourth time we've looked at this, I think is very well done. And so I have no problems with the architectural permit as its condition.
Okay, thank you. Bart?
I think Don said it very well, and the client has been very easy to work with, and he's accommodated our requests, and thank you very much for that, and I do believe the architecture is of the quality we expect on jobs like this.
Okay. Jim?
And I'll just say very quickly, I agree. This has come a long way since we first saw it in design review. There's been many changes. The applicant's been very amenable to making the changes that we've requested to it. And as a vacant lot, compared to just looking at this, from the architectural perspective, architecturally as compared to a vacant lot, particularly in that part of town, I think for that first question that we're looking at, I think will be a significant improvement and help the area out in just the way that we wanted to help it out in the general plan, architecturally speaking.
Okay, thank you. Michael?
I'm in concurrence with the other commissioners that spoke before me. I think it's a great plan, good architecture, like it a lot.
Okay, thank you. Wayne?
I think the architecture is fine.
Okay, Bonnie?
Ditto.
Okay. I also am very supportive of the architecture. Okay, so the interpretation. Don, did you want to start us off on that?
I think we, as a commission, and I don't know, Bonnie, you weren't appointed yet, agreed that with staff's interpretation of the wall, I think a couple times ago, and my position still stands with that this is a reasonable adaptation. In fact, the height of that wall helps mitigate, once again, the sound around the outside courtyard. So I think our previous stand on this is we've agreed with the interpretation of the section 17.04040, and I agree with it again tonight. So that's the way I felt when we reviewed this before, and I'm the same agreement tonight.
Is there anyone who is not supportive of the interpretation? It sounds like from Don that we were all in support of it last
Just a quick comment on it, and I'm pleased with it actually being a wall. We could have played lots of games with it, trying to make it sound more like a structure and all, play little roofs, and I'm glad we didn't do that. I think this is the appropriate decision.
I'm supportive of it as well. Is there anyone who's not in support of the interpretation? Okay. All right. So that brings us to the site plan and the conditional use permit. Who would like to start off the discussion on that? Bart?
I want to say a couple of things about the site plan, and one, I am very, very pleased that the applicant has an option to buy that additional parking lot. I was concerned that I didn't want to see us going down a path that we've gone in the past and approved, when I say before this planning commission, approved projects that if the use changed or something, they wouldn't have enough parking. And I think now with that additional parking, if perchance the use was changed, it has the opportunity to change into a good use, even a restaurant, without having to utilize all the parking agreements with the 30-some-odd parking stalls. So I'm very pleased about that. I'm not crazy, but I understand with the fire lane and your easements and all that the two access curb cuts are probably kind of cast in stone, especially with the city owning the easement on that upper one. I would have preferred seeing just one, but they are being blocked off at use. That was one of the questions, and I think as long as they are very good at doing that, I don't know what that does to your easement, blocking it off for those short periods of time that you have events. So I'm comfortable with that. I do want to just say that I think everybody who's visited the site and all realize we've got a lot of things out front on El Camino Real that don't show on the drawings as far as telephone lines, telephone poles. We're going to have the fire piping. There's a number of things, so it won't be as pristine looking as we would hope, but anything that can be done to hide some of those things, I'm sure the architect will certainly want to do that. But we're going to see some wood poles out there front. I think we're getting a new light arm sticking out almost right in front of the building, so we're aware of, or at least I'm aware of it, and can live with it. A general comment was, and this pertains to all of the issues, and it's just a caveat that we can't approve a project based on who the owner is or who the applicant is. It's got to stand alone. But that's I'm certainly pleased with the comments that have been put in the owner's way. So I'm comfortable with the site plan, and I'm comfortable with that part of the resolution.
Okay. So you believe you can make all the findings?
I can make the findings.
Okay. Don?
Yeah, let me talk, I guess, combined conditional use permit, I guess what we're talking
Combining
about,
the
and the
site
site plan
plan.
permit. So I've heard a lot of the concerns tonight of the local residents, and I can see where they're concerned, but I think the applicant also has done a lot to mitigate it. It's unfortunate can't come to agreement with a parking situation with their neighbors. I'm also had the experience of having paid for a casa wedding and a casa bride in town, and I can't emphasize the need for the site, but B, I can't emphasize enough when you have professionals, key professionals running that part of your event. When you go to the casa, you're given these 5 are the valet, or there's 2 valets, pick one. They know our site, they know how to run our business. Here's the 5 preferred people that cater. You can pick whoever you want, but these people know how to set it up. And so there's a lot of things that go on, and the conditions there in that street and that area and that parking and how they get to Linda Lane is a lot further run than going across this street here to the 22 spots on the back side of this line. I think they've done good sound mitigation. I understand the neighborhood is concerned. I'm trying to weigh that with what this area needs. And so when I looked at everything in sight, the sound study, and I've got a little bit of experience with different types of sound usages and testing in my former life, I think we've mitigated as best they can, and so I can make the findings for both the conditional use permit and the site plan.
Thank you, John. Bonnie?
Some of the concerns I've heard were for traffic going on the public streets and how that can be addressed. And I wanted some discussion amongst the commissioners here and perhaps some council if some wayfinding signage could direct public to the 22-space area or the whole row of public parking that's available, similar to what we do around town on Del Mar, that alerts the public where they can park. And is that a possibility that we could have a condition for some signage that would direct people towards additional parking behind the Sugar Shack?
I think Jim's going to have an answer for us.
We do have a wayfinding sign program in the city that directs people to public parking, so we could certainly require as a condition of approval for the applicant to purchase, or pay for the cost of installing the public sign to the 22 spaces on the alley, and that could be part of it. We cannot, in our city wayfinding program, identify the event center or any private use, but we can identify the public parking spaces through that existing wayfinding program. Now, I've seen venues where they might have, we were talking about notifying, the importance of not parking on the street. They could use, different kinds of sandwich boards and things like that for the events to say that, please park, on our existing lot or use the valet service or park across the way in a public lot. It's directing the public through those kinds of things would be another kind of technique that they could use within their site to notify the patrons of the customers of the event to park in the places so that they have less impact on the neighborhood.
Do they need a permit to have those signs if they use them on a regular basis, the sandwich board type signs?
Is there any limitation on that? I think it has to be during office hours, and there's a certain number.
It's one per site, so they could have.
So they don't have to do it each time. They just can have
it's
it.
just one permit.
But I'm wondering if the wayfinding signage would be, a temporary wayfinding signage would be the same thing, or if it was permanent, even wayfinding signage, that doesn't count toward your sign.
No,
sign
that
area, right?
because it would be a public sign addressing
Well,
public.
it depends on how we do the signage. I think there's some room to add some wayfinding signage on site that directs the customers to the proper places to park to the event or to the valet service.
That seems like
How
a good
many
idea.
signs do you think and where?
Well, I'm a little concerned with, those aren't public spaces on the alley now.
Yes, they are.
Yeah,
they have
they
to
are.
remain public.
So they could all be occupied when an event occurs.
So the applicant will post signs not to park at this time when they have events, and then when the events are not occurring, then they would be public parking.
Okay, so wayfinding sign does work then. Okay.
That's an interesting.
So how many do you think we need, and where would it be a good spot to place it?
I think that might maybe the way to write the condition would be to the satisfaction of the city planner, and as long as we're clear what the intent is in the condition, it would. I think that would probably be an effective way to do it.
I think, too, being an old software usability guy, I don't put a lot of stock in signs. They have, a certain amount of use, but, people often ignore them or, they get focused on something else. I think some of the other things that are going on, though, could help mitigate some of the potential parking issues. Even just a narrow street with cars already parked there is a disincentive to turn down that street, especially when you see a driveway with a valet guy standing there, a few feet away. That's an encouragement to go there. It's not a formal sign, but it's a signal, an affordance that brings people in. So I think that there are some things that are conditioned in here. The fact that the owner is informing people before they get there, the preparation, people already have in their mind that it's there. That'll help. If a valet is out there, other cars turning into there, all that's going to also help pull people in. I got nothing against the sandwich board. I think you should say free valet parking. That's something else that will help pull people in. But I'm not sure putting 6 signs around is going to be any more effective than putting one sign around, but having very clear flow of traffic, or, a valet guy that makes the sign very clear.
Sure, because if it's less than 80, then they won't have valet. So there might be an attraction for wanting to park along those San Gabriel anyway, when there aren't as many people expected for an event.
Well, I think
some signage would
I think
be helpful.
while there's some other methods that the applicant is proposing that will also be effective, this is an additional means that could add an additional measure of effectiveness.
I wanted to ask too if the applicant wouldn't mind having a sound meter out in the patio as well to mitigate the issues that came up when the door opens and amplified sound goes outside. Sometimes the way sound moves, sound waves move, they bounce, and the fact that it's not necessarily amplified outside does not mean that it's not going to be loud. And so if you take the measurement on the inside and you get your 65 decibels, it may not necessarily be exactly the same as you think it would be on the outside. So I don't know if these are expensive items, but if it would add give some respite to the concerns about the noise outside to help the neighbors, I think that would be highly recommended to have a sound meter outside in the patio too.
Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to a sound meter, especially if the applicant, is fine with it. But the question I would have about it is that outdoor courtyard is right on the street. So I would think that if we're afraid of sound getting out, then sound can get in too, and that might be picking up some of the traffic on the street. I'm not a sound engineer, would probably have something to say about that. But that, in other words, the sound meter is reading that essentially ambient sound that's not coming from the building. So as such, I'm just wondering how much value it's going to provide to understanding the sound that's going on inside the building.
Perhaps we could check with our sound engineer who provided the report. Susan, would you like to step forward?
And while he's walking up, I just want to state that if they're coming out of the lobby, we've got a double-trapped doors, one going into the lobby, and it's actually going facing south away from the residences.
Right.
And if there was going to be any sound, it should probably be on that common wall between the residences and rather than at the sound source itself. Because that's where we're required to make sure and guarantee, well, not guarantee, but make sure that we meet the city standards.
Right.
Not at the source, but at the destination.
Well, in our report, we basically took the source at actually more than maximum level in actual operations, but we tend to be higher than will be the source in an actual event. And the building itself, the sound wall, the distances all attenuate the sound to below the levels of the code. And at that point, actually, the noise from the freeway is louder. You'd be measuring the noise at the freeway, basically. It's 400 feet away.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what you'd be measuring, basically.
So it might not be a useful tool then. Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Also, if it meets the requirements inside with a band at 95 dB or 85 dB, people talking on the outside are not going to be anywhere near that.
Mm-hmm.
Again, but it's we've already studied the worst case condition outside is far less, 20 dB less than that.
Okay. All
Plus
right. Thank you.
That you'd be measuring the freeway noise essentially and the traffic noise. Well, on El Camino Real.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Okay. Vonnie, did you have more to say, or was that?
That's really most of it.
So with the addition of the condition of approval for additional signage, you're in support of the project?
I think with the ability to acquire more land for parking, we talked about, I'm reluctantly okay with it.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? Wayne?
I continue to have issues with regard to the queuing. I think that with what I've said before, with within the 45-minute period before an event starts, and you have 60 cars coming in, and there's going to be queuing on El Camino Real. I think we're, quite frankly, whistling Dixie if we don't think there's going to be queuing on El Camino Real both ways. And I think that's a real problem. I really feel that the architecture is great. I think that's an improvement over what you've had before, Don. I think that certainly I like the Ivy Lee's issue of it being there a great deal. But I really do have an issue with the queuing. I think that's going to be a problem, and I don't know how we're going to get around that. I think that changing it from an office building use to a more intense use is going to really affect the neighbors tremendously in that particular area. And I think from the standpoint of health and safety issues, not only for the traffic in El Camino Real, but for the surrounding residential neighbors, I think it's a very problematic development.
Okay, thank you, Wayne. Bart, and then Jim.
Well, yeah, just one quick comment. My office is adjacent to the event center in San Juan Capistrano, on Camino Capistrano. 150 person event center. Their valet station is probably 40 feet from our curb cut going into our parking lot. And in 8 years there, I have yet to see the valet people not get the cars out of the way, so there's a queuing problem in front of it. So they never really get more than 4 cars max queued up at any time. And I mean, they move them out quick. And I'm sure they do it because they're on a major thoroughfare, too, Camino Capistrano. The other thing is, it's not just weddings that go on there. There's other events that take less time, take more time. There's some events that don't have any music at all, and they're just meetings, whatnot, in the patios. And I think, does Ivy Lee's also cater to that facility? And a side note, probably the most objectionable thing to having it next door is, I think the owner's a up-and-coming drummer and is practicing in the mornings. That's more objectionable than the events. So I think that's a valid concern, but it's been my experience that it doesn't seem to come to fruition. And there's always going to be, we try to do everything. Neighbors are always concerned, and I totally understand it. And there's always going to be a little bit of impact on neighbors, no matter what we do. If we leave it vacant, there's going to be some kind of impact. And the questions that we have to ask is it within the limits, and can we make the findings to support it? And I think that's what we need to focus on.
Jim?
I think I'm going to pick it up right from the last thing you said, that there's always going to be an impact. I think that hits the nail right on the head. I have noisy neighbors. I'm very sensitive to people experiencing noise, especially in the summer when you want your windows open and that sort of thing. And that's always been one of the big things with the project. We've come a long way. I think this is a tough site, and there's many, many, many things over the last 6 or 9 months, however long it is we've been dealing with this, that we've really struggled with. But I think the applicant has managed to address all of the concerns that we've had. The parking, I don't really have a concern with the parking anymore, given some of the changes we've had between the last time and this time. I don't think it's going to be a problem like you might get with a fast food place of getting cars out on the street. I always worry about that with drive-thrus and fast food places, because as the valet owner said, they can always just wave people forward and move the front of that line all the way around there. That actually gives them, many, many more potential spaces. Plus, they're moving those cars more quickly than you might get at a fast food place. So I'm happy to see that is in fact, overparked. Sound is the other big thing once the architecture's been taken care of. I think with the sound studies that we've done, with the discussions that we've had, sort of the best intelligence we have right now is that they're going to come out underneath what the city requires in terms of the sound. And if they don't, the neighbors certainly have a case to go and to code enforcement and say this is too loud, and the owners are going to have to go and address that and turn the sound down, essentially, and make some permanent sort of solution to that. So let me see if there was anything else that the fact that there's a single caterer there and one well-known in the city, I think, in terms of its impact to the neighborhood, significantly lowers any negative impact to the neighborhood. If we don't have this here, we can, there's an option of leaving a vacant lot there. Well, there's crime in a vacant lot. There's, I've heard there's needles have been found in the vacant lot, things like that. So that is a problem that will be going away with something like this. Part of the general plan vision is to take this area of town and get good architectures, good businesses that are going to start to change the character in a positive way for that part of town. This is the kind of business that might be able to do that. I'm a little pleasantly surprised. I wasn't sure we'd get to this point, frankly, months back. But I think a lot of, not just a lot of work's been done, but a lot of good work that has persuaded me that we can make all the findings. I don't think last time we could have done that. But for me, at least, I can make all the findings that we need to make, and I'm in support of the project.
Thank you, Jim. Don, and then Michael.
I'd just like to point out, I think, for discussion here, and read conditional use number 16. The management company of the event center shall include in the facility rental agreement that guests shall not park on Avenida San Gabriel, and they shall provide a map to customers showing available parking lot areas, and that events with 80 or more guests shall be required to provide valet services. So I think Amber has crafted that fairly tightly there. That there's a lot of shalls in one sentence there. So, and I just thought I could put that in the record.
Michael.
Well, I think this is a good project. I think that the applicant has done everything he could do to make this as good as he can for the site that he has. Is this really the best use of a facility in this location, considering the parking, the traffic, and the neighborhood issues? Probably not. But I believe that the applicant's done everything, that he's gone above and beyond the questions that we raised last time to make this thing as best as he can, and my hat's off to you for that. I really appreciate your hard work, and I think it's paid off. There's still a problem here, though. There's a really big problem, and it's not with this project. I've been trying to think what's really gnawing me on this, and I'm going to say, Jim, what gnaws on me on this is this parking requirement for this particular use is way out of whack. I think the person that thinks that they can have a relationship of 4-to-1 on this kind of a venue is not in reality. It's just wrong. It's not enough parking. A facility like this has a big influx and a big outflux. Lots of cars real quick. Wayne pointed it out. It's an issue of control. And I asked the applicant about, the what-if question. And I figured he was going to give me what he gave me, which is he doesn't know, and he can't control probably 20% of the issue, because he can't guarantee that cars aren't going to park on the neighborhood street. He's doing everything he can, but he can't guarantee it. City can't guarantee it. Valets can't guarantee it. So who's going to guarantee it? It says here, I've got these really nice little handouts. I don't know if you all saw them, but there's a really nice little paragraph in here. It says, it's in our best interest to create a symbiotic relationship with our surrounding community. Is this project doing that? I think time's going to tell. I'm going to give my nod to the applicant to say that he will work with the neighbors, that he understands the issues, that he would continue, I hope, to find more parking so that the neighbors aren't going to be distressed about this project. I'm not worried about the noise. I'm not worried about a lot of these other issues, but I'm worried about what could happen to the neighbors when a project is really trying to do good and it ends up doing bad, and we don't like that either. So this is tough, and I will support the project, and my only condition from this is that we ask that our planning staff reviews the parking requirement for facilities like this in the future, and that we don't end up with something like this that just really isn't totally appropriate.
Thank you, Michael. Well, I certainly agree with Jim in that a number of months ago, I wouldn't have thought that we could have gotten here. In fact, before I opened my packet, I thought that it was probably likely that you hadn't been able to surmount the concerns that we had the last time around. And as I read the staff report, I was very pleased about a number of points. The crosswalk, that had been a big issue for all of us, so that to me was a big step forward. I think being able to cone off the exits onto San Gabriel, I think that's a really big issue, protecting those people from all of that egress. That was very important to me. The sound study was very important, but also the mitigation measures that you're adopting as a result of the sound study, that was very important. I think the fact that Ivalease is going to be done with everything outside, there isn't going to be any loading or unloading of trucks. That was a big concern we had last time around. So you're going to be done by 11 o'clock. So, and I have been at parties in private neighborhoods that you've catered, and you do it very quietly at night. And in fact, you get most of it done before the party's over, so there's very little at the end of the party. So I have confidence that that will go smoothly. So I was worried about the parking across the street, but I'm much more comfortable with it now. Also because of what the gentleman, Andrew, I think his name is, from the valet company, explaining the text calling service. I've been a number of places that have had that lately, and it makes the queuing issue much more efficient, and people aren't standing outside talking, while they're waiting for their cars. Because I do, Wayne, I do really see your issue about queuing and that being something that can be really critical. But I think, given the valet situation, I think that will be minimized. So the final issue for me, I was, like all of us, I think I was very concerned about the compatibility of having this facility, especially the parking lot for this facility, and a facility that basically handles parties backed up right against residential. And even though I was encouraged by all of these different measures, it was quite a measure of it answered a number of my concerns when Amber got those code compliance statistics back. I was very surprised that at places like Big Helen's that were built a number of years ago that don't have insulation, that aren't careful about having, the interlocking door system, that don't have all these management issues in place, that, and their circumstances are almost identical to this from a juxtaposition standpoint. So that gives me a lot of confidence that the impacts will be at a minimum, about as minimal as we can expect when we have commercial facilities next to residential facilities, which we do have in a number of places in town. So I am supportive of the project, and if someone wishes to make and I'm very supportive of Bonnie's suggestion. I think it's a good one. I think anything we can do to help compliance with the requirements that the applicant is going to have of their patrons, I think it's a good idea. So it'd be great to see a condition of approval added by the motion maker.
I'm sorry. That was for additional signage, wasn't it?
Yes.
Amber?
Wayfinding signage to the satisfaction of the city planner, I think.
So I have drafted, provide wayfinding signs for public parking so patrons are aware of parking areas which shall be reviewed and approved by the city planner.
Everybody, is that acceptable to everybody on the commission? It would be conditional use of number 61, I guess, Amber, is that what you're saying? Could you repeat that? Just repeat it one more time, please.
Yes. Provide wayfinding signs for public parking so patrons are aware of parking areas. The parking plan shall be reviewed and approved by the city planner. Can I make one other comment? I'm sorry. I should have noted this earlier. On 22B, condition of approval, we need to strike out with no control expansion joints on there. Another condition previously, I believe it's 16, allows them to have expansion joints in select areas approved by the city planner. That's just a portion of a standard condition that needs to come out.
Say that again. Now you're going to strike out on 22B what?
22B, the last portion of the last sentence, it should end apply during last period and strike with no control/expansion joints. Thank you.
And then for Amber's first condition, let's just add prior to the issuance of C of O, so that there's some timing.
What was your other comment about 16, Amber?
Expansion joints is covered under another condition of approval. Certificate of occupancy.
For 50. Should I give it a try?
Yes, please.
I move that the Planning Commission approve resolution number PC 15-011, a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of San Clemente, California, approving conditional use permit 13-249, architectural permit 13-251, site plan permit 13-525, and interpretation 13-505, La Ventura Event Center, a request to consider the construction and operation of a new event facility located at 2316 South El Camino Real, with the striking of the required sentences in condition number 22B as noted by the chosen planner, the addition of conditional use number 61 as so stated by Planner Gregg.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, passes 6-1. Congratulations, Mr. Kapoff.
Thanks for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
What's that?
Okay, so we'll give just 60 seconds for the room to clear, and then we'll be moving on to the next item on our agenda.
I know.
Thank you. Okay. This brings us to item 8B, which is conditional use permit 14-228 / minor cultural heritage permit 14-229, FIG at 313. And Mr. Jones, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair Darden, and good evening, Commissioners. The project before you is for a new restaurant use located at 313 North El Camino Real. The project is located in our downtown in our mixed-use zoning district and the central business and architectural overlays. A little background of the property itself. It contains a historic building that was built in 1927. The commercial space is 1,530 square feet fronting El Camino Real, and there's a first and second level. Fronting Estrella is a residential unit. It's 634 square feet, and as part of that 634 square feet, that includes a 200 square foot garage that was illegally converted to habitable space at an unknown time prior to the current property owner purchasing the property. A There are currently there are 3 on-site spaces that were approved for the building. They are located behind garage doors. Currently, you have 2 commercial spaces on the right-hand side. You can see in the photo there the garage door. And then on the left-hand side is where the residential space is located behind that door there. Restaurant uses are allowed by right within our downtown area. And with the grandfathered parking for this site, they could operate a 25 indoor seat restaurant with 8 outdoor seats. What they're proposing is to have a 42 seat restaurant, and they're proposing to provide their parking requirements off-site to allow for that 42 seat restaurant. I'll get into parking more shortly. That's comprised of 34 indoor seats and 8 outdoor seats. The hours of operation are proposed from 4 p.m. to midnight, Monday through Sunday. As part of the request, there's a request for full alcohol service during those business hours, and live entertainment and amplified music is not part of the request. And as I mentioned, off-site parking is being proposed across Avenida de la Estrella at the San Clemente Presbyterian Church lot. And as part of the proposal, they're requesting to legalize that single-car garage conversion to habitable space. Moving on to the parking, as you can see in this table here, the restaurant, per our code, requires 7 parking spaces. They are proposing to provide the required parking off-site, 7 spaces at the San Clemente Presbyterian Church. As I mentioned previously, there's grandfathered parking to the building for that commercial operation that existed previously. That is 5 grandfathered spaces. They're not requesting to utilize that grandfathered parking, though. With regards to the residential, 1 space was provided previously with that garage that was converted to habitable space. They're proposing to maintain 1 space on site behind the garage door for the residential unit. The off-site parking is located, I apologize, I made an error on the graphic when I was putting it together. It's 100 feet away. There's a little 110 there. It's 100 feet away if you go directly across the street. I did verify with our sheriff's department. It is legal to cross directly across the street there. However, if someone wanted to cross at a signalized intersection, the distance that they would have to travel to Palizada along the public sidewalks and then back to the site is 1,250 feet. Some noteworthy parking conditions of approval. Number 7 requires that a parking agreement be recorded both on the off-site lot and the subject property, recorded with the County of Orange, and that is to reflect the approved hours of operation as well as the seating capacity. That's condition number 7. Condition number 9 requires on-site signage that shows the location of the 7 off-site parking spaces at the church.
Don, you had a question for Cliff?
No, but I just wanted to compliment staff on the second bullet on 9. I think we suggested that in the last restaurant that was approved just down the street, and excellent for picking this up. This should become a standard for all of our approvals going forward. So I wanted to compliment you for putting it in here, and the city planner too, to pass the word to all the other planners to put that on the automatic list, I think.
And I noticed Commissioner Rulin is just glowing.
Yeah, because I'm happy about it too. I remember it was 2 or 3 years ago we were doing an improvement to Sonny's Pizza, and a number of us sat there saying, "You can park up in the church parking lot when you go to Sonny's Pizza," because none of us had any idea after 15 years or so. So I think we do need that signage in there.
I think we go back and talk to Sonny's about it.
Yeah, this will be a great condition to let people know in that electronic media format that there's...
I think it's the best practice, and I think I encourage you to continue it and pass the word to your contemporaries going forward here. Thank you.
Excellent. We'll pass it along. Thank you. With regards to the exterior alterations to the property, they're quite minor, primarily cosmetic, and will not destroy the historic character or defining features of the property or the spatial relationships within the property. The main change that I wanted to highlight, there's a couple, but the main one that I want to highlight is that the spiral staircase that you can see on the image on the right-hand side that's circled, that is not a historic feature. It actually detracts a bit from the historical building because it's not a Spanish colonial revival architectural feature. That is being proposed to be removed with something that's more consistent with Spanish colonial revival architecture, which is the wood staircase. That was reviewed by the Design Review Subcommittee, and there was support expressed from the subcommittee on that aspect of the project.
And the temporary car cover, awning cover, pop-up, that's going to be removed as well, right?
No, that's historic.
Right. But the answer is yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Just to add on to Cliff's point on the staircase, it is much more traditional, but it was a key discussion, I think, in design review about having a direct access from the back lot, parking lot, to the site instead of having to walk around. Without that access, there wasn't a direct pedestrian connection between the off-site parking in here.
Yeah, I noticed that in the notes. So it's
Could we
it's a good
discuss that a
request.
little bit further about the access from the parking lot, off-site parking lot?
Sure.
Okay.
You want us to go back to that?
You want Cliff to expand on it? Is that?
I'd like to see where the access. There are some steps going down. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Could you show that? Is that where the steps going down?
Yeah, the new stairway.
Yeah.
The new stairway, yes.
Stairway.
So I'll walk over and show
Because
that.
I thought there was a stairway to the side also going down.
So there's actually a pass-through between the building and this parking area here. It would come down here. People would come down this way, down the staircase here, and then they'd be able to enter. This enters them into the courtyard area of the restaurant.
Is there not only also an access, a stairway beside the building? Do they own that?
That belongs to the other property.
That belongs to the other property.
I mean,
Okay.
you can go down that
But I
way.
see your confusion because I had that when we looked at it. at
Well,
design
there's a
review as
picture
well.
of it here.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah,
wondering.
it's on
yeah.
the right side and belongs to
Right.
the next building.
That's correct. And the other two exterior alterations I want to highlight were the addition of the wrought iron atop the low-lying plaster wall on the left-hand side of the rendering. Thank you, Jim. And then on the right, thank you. On the right-hand side, the addition of wrought iron railing in front of the commercial facade, restaurant facade. So staff's recommending approval of the project for the following reasons. The project meets parking requirements with the proposed off-site parking. Alcohol service will remain as an ancillary use to the restaurant. The hours of service to midnight are similar to other restaurants that we have in the downtown area. Many close at midnight. And we did speak with the Sheriff's Department, ABC, and Code Enforcement, and they did not have any concerns with the request. The garage conversion will not have any negative visual or physical impacts to the historic house because the conversion is within the existing building and does not necessitate any exterior changes. It's existing as right now it's habitable space. And the garage conversion is not anticipated to have negative impacts to the neighborhood because one parking space will remain for the residential unit. And the project will actually improve the parking situation for the mixed-use function of the site, going from 3 spaces currently, 2 on-site commercial, 1 residential garage space, to a total of 8 spaces with 7 commercial spaces and 1 residential space.
Before you go to the next slide, Cliff, just one concern I had that I thought would help clarify is the garage conversion actually didn't change the exterior of the garage. So the historic character of the garage is still there. And so there was no reason with the allowing it to remain to have any exterior changes to bring it back. And I thought it was important to note that because it was a concern of mine at first.
And I wanted to add that there was one condition that I failed to add. That's condition number 22, requiring that the historic property preservation agreement improvements be done in conjunction with the restaurant occupying the space. So that was mentioned in the staff report, but I noticed it was missed in the resolution. So that would be a proposed condition number 22.
Okay, so the applicants were willing to
Yes, that's their
complete
intent.
all of attachment 3 then during this rehab?
Yes.
So they're not even required to do through 2022? That's
Yeah,
excellent.
and currently, right, 2022 would be the current date when those improvements would have to be done. So that, of course, would get moved forward.
Okay, excellent, thank you.
And that concludes staff's presentation. Staff, as well as the applicant, the architect, are available to respond to any questions or comments that you may have. Thank you.
Okay. Michael, do you have a question of Cliff?
Yeah, hi, Cliff. I got a question for you. It's actually a concern, too. Sharing that parking lot, I see that with the signage there that there's also other folks doing that. The Hambro Building, Sonny's, the Japanese restaurant, and the Pregnant Resource Center. There's a number of different entities doing that. Are the entities that I just listed there, are they all on the same side of the road as the parking lot?
Are they all on the same side of the road as the parking lot? No, they
they're
all
on
have
the
to
opposite
across Estrella.
They're what?
They have to go across Estrella to access the parking.
All of them? And did I hear you say that it's okay to cross the street in the middle?
That's correct. The way I checked with our sheriff's department as well as our traffic engineer, transportation manager, I should say. And the way the rules are, the California Vehicle Code is written, is that you can cross a street in a residential and business district, provided there's the two nearest intersections are not controlled by a traffic signal. And in this case, there's only one controlled intersection with the traffic signal at Palizada and Avenida de la Estrella.
So this business would ask clients to cross the street just like all the other clients that are already doing that, and there's not a perceived safety issue then?
No.
Okay, thanks.
Jim?
One question I had was with the grandfathered parking. Did I read that right? You said that they needed 7, they had 5 grandfathered, so they only actually need to acquire 2 physical parking spaces. Is my understanding correct?
Yes, with staff's recommendation, we recommended that they pursue to provide the full amount of parking for the restaurant use off-site. So rather than just asking for 2 off-site spaces and continue with 5 grandfathered, it was recommended that they get as much parking as they can to fulfill the need.
So they're actually getting 7 spaces, 7 physical spaces from, sure. Okay, well, actually, that's good. That's really good. So sometimes I get a little worried about our virtual parking. We have real parking and virtual parking in this town. Maybe kind of a bigger issue, a little bit to what Michael alluded to too. This is kind of a question for the commission. Well, I'll handle that when we're in discussion. Never mind. Thanks.
Don?
Yeah, question. This is first time I remember since my time on the commission that we're going to require them to put a sign about their parking over on the church. Because Sonny's doesn't have one, and none of the other ones do. And the churches, huh? Do they?
I think some of them are signed.
At the San Clemente Presbyterian Church lot, I can't confirm.
My question is the Presbyterian Church is okay with the signage?
That's my understanding. I'll have the applicant speak to that.
Part of the shared agreement that it's okay to sign it? Because, we've conditioned it to be signed. So, it's all...
The church, they're okay with it. They have a little sign saying this is parking for big athletes.
And I think they already have signed, they have a one sign mention all the other studies and some
I think it's one sign up there, and there's 5 little restaurants on it, but this is going to be a unique sign. Okay? And so I just want to make sure we don't get sign blight, yet we get a good possibility, and we have to make that proper balance there, that everybody's on board, everybody's on the same sheet of paper, and, the sign's the appropriate size, but not to the point where we detract from church services and everything else, that's all.
Yeah, and staff will work with the applicant to make sure that we don't have a sign blight.
Please do that.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Wayne.
Okay. Yes, the Presbyterian Church has been very, very good allowing parking. I know you're all too young to remember, but when we had the Heritage of San Clemente Foundation, which was the museum there, for 3 years at 415 North El Camino Real, we had an agreement with the Presbyterian Church, and we had a stairway going down. And when we had functions there, and when we had some large functions there, they always allowed us to park in their parking lot, and they were very accommodating and very, very nice. And when we also led bus tours, and so the bus would park in their parking lot, and all the cars would park in their parking lot, and it was they were very, very accommodating, to say the least. So,
Wayne, you told me the other day that occasionally you accidentally missed your count when returning from some of those bus tours. And
we did.
So did they let those people park overnight because they were stranded out at the Nixon Library or
well,
something?
I just forgot sometimes to count. We had a bus of 55, and sometimes I just forgot to count. We left a couple times left people behind. What can you do?
I think the moral of the story is do not go on a tour with Wayne.
And I wanted part of the public record.
Well, I always told people they had to be back in time, but, they sometimes didn't. They just gabbed, and they didn't get back on time. So, Exactly. And I was on a ship once when someone did not, actually a friend of mine, did not make it back. Absolutely. Yes. So, in any event.
Any other questions of staff at this point? All right, then let's invite the applicant forward.
Good evening. My name's Charles Ram. I'm the architect. I'm here more to just answer questions for you. I would like to make one note about Cliff's presentation. It is for a new restaurant. However, I just want to reaffirm the fact that this building in 1927 was
a restaurant.
Built as a restaurant.
Right.
And it's kind of gone back and forth.
Wayne went there for the opening.
I can't believe she said that. I can't believe she said that. That's it. That's it. I'm leaving.
So
it was the Waffle House. Yeah.
So it is. It's returning to its roots, so to speak, and making sure that we are architecturally going back and salvaging this piece really for everybody and keeping it as a restaurant. So I don't have any other clarifications, but yes.
Well, I have one question.
Yes.
What kind of food?
The client's right here. Let me turn that over to him.
Absolutely. Hello, everyone. I'm Gus. We've been in the business for almost 20 years. We have an existing restaurant in Huntington Beach on Main Street, downtown Huntington Beach.
Oh, wow.
And we've been very successful. We've been doing well. And it's time for us to move on, and it's better, I think, location for us and for the family to be in San Clemente. I haven't lived in San Clemente yet, but looking forward to buy a house here and, our family and all. But we're thinking of an Italian, but maybe modern Italian food, where you would add a few more salads, more sandwiches, and it's going to be a small restaurant. It's not a big-scale restaurant, more of a family type of restaurant. And if you have any other questions, please let us know. Gosha here, my wife, been together for 25 years, and it's been great. Looking forward to work with you. If you have any questions, let us know, please.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions?
No.
No. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, if there are no further questions, then I'll,
Gesundheit.
Then I'll open the public hearing and invite anyone who wishes to speak to this issue to step forward. Gesundheit. Seeing no one step forward, I'll close the public hearing and invite discussion.
Well, if we did, after discussion, I'd like to be honored to read the resolution.
Well, I guess the first thing I have to say is maybe we should condition this to serve waffles so that Wayne once again enjoy waffles there.
I miss those waffles. Those were really... Well, really, I miss those waffles, you know?
So just to give you an idea about the place, it was 1927. I did some reading about it. Irish family moved down to Sacramento, and we have a couple of nice pictures, as a matter of fact,
Ooh.
from the Historical Society, black and white, before the 5-freeway was established. And they had 10 kids, and they lived in the building. They ran it for almost 20 years. And it was just the front part of it, and they lived in the back of the restaurant. So once in a while we see some goats or goats going by. So it's a very interesting, and that's part of the deal. Maybe we can, use those pictures in a way with the design as well.
I think it was Jim, Michael, Don.
I just want to comment. I think that the building just really needs some help. When I walked around the time, so I'm heartened by what's going to be done to it and the conditions of all the HPPA requirements being brought up to speed. During the refurbishment, I'm very heartened by that. So I think as I toured the site and took a look at things, that it could need a lot of help. And I think it sounds like the architect and what's been proposed here is going to accomplish that. So I'm very supportive of it. Good luck with Italian half a block from Sonny's, but I think it's I applaud the applicant for coming to town and trying to take this looks like a beautiful structure and refresh it.
I did have a comment/question. Maybe starting with staff. It just feels to me we've had a lot of applications recently that are using the Presbyterian Church parking. And in fact, I was right up on that on Estrella today, and there's, bumper-to-bumper parking on both sides of the street up there as well. So a lot is used up there. I'm just wondering, has staff ever looked at the possibility of either a painted crosswalk or one of those flashing light crosswalks like we have on Del Mar? Is there enough traffic for that? And if not, maybe it's something the Planning Commission might want to ask staff to look into.
I did speak with our transportation manager about that specific issue because I was wondering myself, and he did indicate that it's something that staff could look into. We're not sure if the number of pedestrian crossings would be at a trigger point as to putting in a crossing. I don't know if the level of traffic is there pedestrian-wise for traffic.
Well, maybe then what we could do is, I wouldn't want staff to spend a lot of time on something like this if we don't reach that trigger point. Maybe are people interested in having staff look and see if there's enough pedestrian traffic going across there to warrant further investigation?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Because not everybody's like me. Some people don't like to jaywalk.
Oh, you go down to the intersection?
No. I'm a jaywalker. Oh. I don't advise it, but I do it. Okay.
I think Michael's... No, he's still... Okay. I just want to reinforce what Jim's trying to point out, because since I go to the Presbyterian Church, they have reciprocal, I think, with some of these same organizations. In other words, on Sundays, you park at Pizza Port before they open, and Takeo and Sunny and the Pregnancy Resource Center, all those little things there, the church parks there for their services. So they're walking across the street, too, is the point I'm trying to make, and that there's a two-way traffic flow here that we should probably, I think, accommodate the Presbyterian Church on. So I think, Jim, you made a great suggestion there for that staff. I think it's a two-way street.
Because there's probably more volume than we realize since it's going both ways.
That's the point I'm trying to make, to kind of reinforce what Jim
So does staff have a direction to look into that, kind of do the minimum, just see if there's enough to warrant that, or do you need us to do something more formal?
You gave us some direction.
Okay. Cool.
I think it's
everybody's light is on, but Michael's has been on for a long time. Okay. So let's give him a moment.
Well, I think it's a great project, and every time San Clemente gets a new restaurant, it's a happier place. So I wish you well. I'll be a customer for sure. I must say, though, I'm a bit concerned about not only this restaurant, but the other ones that share this lot that do sell alcohol, that are having customers cross the street at night, and I can't imagine it being that safe. I would never do that. You can't, that doesn't seem like to be the smart thing to do, but be that what it must, it is a good project. And the only other thing I was going to say is I was almost ready to volunteer to make the motion, but Wayne took the waffle out of my mouth.
Well said.
Good thing those two are the opposite ends of the diet.
Yeah, I'm very supportive of this. Also, I was very supportive in design review, and I'm glad to see that you solved the parking issue, because I know we were all worried about that at that time. And I think one thing that's important about this project is we ask a lot of our historic properties. And, you know, they come in and they, you know, they have an HPPA application, and, you know, we give them a long list of things to do, and you've been great about agreeing to do all of that before you open, which I think is in your best interest as well. But I think it's nice that we're also giving some. We're also understanding that. Sometimes historic properties are under, pressures and requirements that other properties might not be, and so I think it's great that we're going to allow them to convert that garage use. And I think it's important that we try to have flexibility about extending those sorts of things to our historic property owners in appreciation for what they do for us. And just on a personal note, I think this is going to be so quaint. I think this is so San Clemente to me, to have this quaint, small restaurant like this that makes use of one of our historic buildings.
I forgot. I know that there's some material in here about the signage being fairly low-key, which I think is nice and appropriate for this particular building, but I'm looking at this questions rendering, wondering what y'all thinking about in terms of where would that sign go?
We have a picture of the original sign, the waffle.
Oh, well, yes, we were proposing the original waffle sign.
No.
Wasn't that painted on the side of the building?
It was.
That's huge.
About Wayne's height?
No, you know,
It was way too large.
Too
I
big.
think that's a good question, because I'm not seeing a lot of wall space, and were you thinking of something else, or I'm just curious?
Probably on the awning is really the only option that we have.
Yeah.
It's
They don't want to
very
believe it.
small.
Yeah, no, the awning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good luck with that.
Okay.
One comment?
Don?
One comment that to urge our downtown city staff parking expert to get his parking study before the city council, so the city can get some parking spots from the Presbyterian Church before they're all gone to help out with some of our issues. That's all.
April 21st.
Okay.
Just a quick comment. I hope you are wildly successful, because this is exactly what we want to see, I think, near Del Mar and on El Camino Real, because it's taking a great spot, not trying to do more to it than it deserves. I mean, you're using what's there, you're not overdoing it, you're not asking for things that shouldn't be there, and it shows that you may set a great example that it is financially feasible to do a modest project like this and make a real good go of it. So I'll be a customer.
All right, do we have a motion?
Yeah, I actually, in the last century, I did attend a large private dinner party there when Mary Colby owned the building. And it was a wonderful, I remember just that whole scene of being there and having dinner in that courtyard. It was just wonderful. It was just terrific, and it's just a wonderful place. You better have a good food, though. You know? Because you'll be in competition with a lot of other restaurants in there. I can't go to Huntington Beach. It's out of my zip code. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, we've been in that business for 20 years.
Okay.
Beside that, we had different businesses going at the same time, so.
Okay.
Just put shrimp on the menu.
Oh, please.
4 different kinds.
Okay, I'd like to read the resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of San Clemente approving conditional use permit 14-228, minor cultural heritage permit 14-229, FIG at 313, a request to consider allowing minor exterior changes to a historic building to accommodate a restaurant use, a full range of alcoholic for on-site consumption, and a shared off-site parking agreement. The historic building is located at 313 North El Camino Real, and with the condition number 22, the required improvements identified within the historic property preservation agreement for the property shall be completed prior to the occupancy of the restaurant use.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 7-0. Congratulations. We all look forward to the opening. Okay, I know we're going to have reports of commissioners. I've also asked our new assistant city attorney, based on an observation made by Commissioner Rulin, to give us some reminders and direction as to things we should be aware of. Excuse me, being tongue-tied, a little tired. Things we should keep in mind when attending other public meetings other than our own. So, are there anything from Coastal Advisory?
Nothing to add that I've statused 2 weeks ago. Our next meeting will be the joint meeting with the council, and then after that, the meeting next month is the agendas as I discussed 2 weeks ago.
Okay. All right, Jim?
For the Mobility Task Force, we met last Monday, very time-boxed, very efficient, actually. But we collected items that we think we want to present to, specific work items that we want to present to the City Council. Tom Franks is putting that together into a more formal document. We're meeting in April to discuss that and approve it. And the expectation is that we'll take that in front of the City Council in May. Once we have that in April, I'll bring that to you guys just at another reports of Commission and the staff, just so you can see that list as Tom prepares it.
Yeah, that'd be great, because I know we talked about, occasionally having your reports include, a few PowerPoint slides just to make sure that we really were able to absorb what was going on. So that would be great if we were able to see that presentation.
Okay, next time I'll make PowerPoints. I promise.
Well, no, I don't mean you have to, just create them as make work. But if there is a presentation available, and it would be nice if we were able to see it as well.
Okay, great.
It'd be great.
We actually want an app.
You want an app?
Yeah.
Yeah. I can hire some
There
guys
was
in India.
they had a map. We talked around a map for a good 45 minutes that they had up that night.
Yeah.
Okay, Mal, I think it's your turn.
All right, Madam Chair, Commissioners, at 10 p.m. it's always fun to discuss the Brown Act. It's the cure for insomnia, right? The question broadly was what is permissible, not permissible in terms of the Planning Commission attending a council meeting or other meetings in the community. The answer is pretty simple, actually. Section 54952.2 sub C4, to be specific, of the government code. You can write that down, take it to the bank. Actually permits a majority of alleged body, a Brown Act body like the Planning Commission, to attend an agendized notice meeting of that same local agency. The only restriction is that you cannot discuss Planning Commission matters at that meeting. You can individually all stand up and speak your mind for the 3 minutes allotted. That's permissible, even if the item that you're discussing turns out to be a Planning Commission item. You simply can't sit back in the back, all 7 of you, and put your heads together about the upcoming CUP. So that's the black letter. With the Brown Act, in terms of best practices, there's the law and then there's what is perceived. And Brown Act violations often arise from community perception. So if you are going to attend the same meeting, I typically advise my clients to not sit together, to not hang out afterwards, even if you do like each other. Don't. because the community will assume that you're talking about planning commission items and not the Angels or the Waves or whatever it is you talk about. Again, you are allowed to attend meetings. You're allowed to comment at meetings. You simply can't talk offline as a planning commission at that meeting. Does that answer your question, Madam
Yeah,
Chair?
and I think, Jim, you had a further question about that as well, about when we speak.
Yeah, I'm thinking back now because it's getting to be close to be time for me to refresh my ethics training. But from my old ethics training, I seem to recall that we need to announce if we speak publicly, we need to announce that we're planning commissioners. Is that true? And state whether we're speaking for the planning commission or not.
There's no requirement in the Brown Act to do that per se. As far as a best practice, for perception's sake, it doesn't hurt. But you are, when you speak, typically you're speaking as an individual, not as a planning commission representative, unless you've been asked to come and speak as a rep or as the chair, for example. But you are speaking as a citizen when you come to, for example, a council meeting. But the Brown Act does not require you to disclose your role as a planning commissioner. Best practice, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Unless we're speaking on behalf of the Planning Commission, we should say that I'm a planning commissioner, but I'm speaking as a private citizen tonight.
Yeah. Okay. 2 questions. Getting together socially.
Okay.
An example. Previous city attorney we took him out for a drink after the meeting. There were more than 3 of us.
We liked him more than you.
Well, I don't blame you. If it was Jeff Goldfarb, I liked him more than me as well.
At what point does it...
And sometimes he paid for it.
Farb paid for drinks?
That's why we learned.
Yeah.
Do you have to be overly careful on things like that, or is that...
Yes, so there is, again, there are two questions here. There's the question of what is legally permissible, and there's a question of perception. All 7 could could go out for drinks with the city attorney after a commission meeting, as long as they don't discuss anything pertaining to planning commission items. Now, perception's a different thing. If an applicant sees all 7 with the attorney after a meeting getting drinks, they may perceive that to be a Brown Act violation, even if it's not. So, it's always smart to exercise caution, but if you're friends, if you get along, there's nothing to prevent you from hanging out after hours and having fun together, as long as you don't discuss planning commission matters.
And then one other question. I just took the ethics training at a seminar camp that we had, and they indicated, since we're a quasi-judicial body, if we do speak in public, don't give any idea of what your opinion really is. No preconceived idea, because if it comes before you, if you've already stated an opinion, you have to recuse yourself. That's something to be very careful, I believe.
That's exactly right. There's actually a case from Los Angeles where a planning commissioner, before a CUP hearing, had written a seemingly innocuous op-ed in his community newsletter, a few paragraphs stating his position on a specific application. He voted. That vote was nullified by the court because he had already stated his position. We actually saw best practices tonight before the public hearing where commissioners said, I spoke with the applicant about the project. That's exactly how we should do it. You can speak with people, with the applicant, with the community. You simply can't make up your mind before the hearing because you are sitting as judge and jury. Now, one last point. Lawyers like to talk, so I apologize for talking so much, but that rule only applies when you are sitting in that capacity. So that's going to be most of what you do. It's entitlement hearings, CUPs, variances, site permits. When you aren't actually adjudicating somebody's property rights, those same rules don't apply. But as a best practice, you always want to keep your mind open and make it clear to the public that is the case.
So let me ask you about the situation of an applicant calling you, which happened to me and to Jim, I guess. And at first I didn't know what to do. I was thinking, I wonder if I should even be talking to this guy. But he seemed like he was looking for some guidance and not asking for any favors and asking for what he thought would make his project better and what concerns I might have. So I was pretty close to the vest with it, but I mentioned that we were concerned about parking and circulation, and that he should focus on making that a better situation than when he presented it to us last time. So is that the right thing to do, or should you just basically try to shy away from that?
Yeah, it's really a call for each commissioner to make, him or herself. If you feel like that communication will not affect your objectivity, then it's fine to have that conversation, as long as it's disclosed in the record, because you can only make your decision based on those items before the Planning Commission during the public hearing. There are some clients that I have who will simply refuse to answer a call, take a appointment with an applicant. There are some who are fine with that. So it's a call for each individual to make. There is more danger in taking that appointment or having that conversation than there is in not. But you certainly can have the conversation without getting into any danger if you're cautious with it.
Early on, I guess several years ago when I first got appointed, this happened several times, but it always, and I guess the last one I went to was OC Tavern, which was when we approved an off-site track bedding.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the use.
Yeah. And the owner there requested that some commissioners could come down and review the property and take a look at what he was going to do to comply with all the various requirements. And that was coordinated then, I thought, through you, Jim, or the associate planner that was in charge of the project. So it kind of came through the city, and then from there, one or two of us together, I went with George Caravallos, I think, and who was on the commission at the time. We went down and toured the site. We're very non-committal, but allowed him to show us how he was going to make this work and comply with our regulations and state law. And it was kind of coordinated through the city planner. And so I guess I'd throw back that I thought that was a nice practice. And so if I was to get a call, I guess I'd say go call the city planner. But I don't know I mean, had you filter this and line it up.
We all go to sites to do our investigation. One thing you have to be careful with is not all going at the same time.
Jim,
Just one or two of you. Yeah. One would be better than two, because there's no discussing the project.
I think Jim and I are similar people because we frequently end up at the same sites at the same time, and so we really do. I stand on opposite sides of the site and then kind of watch each other, and then we'll walk over like this. And we make it, we want to make sure that the public doesn't get the impression that we're there evaluating it together.
But I do give her a hard time for doing something at the last minute.
Yeah, like yourself. Right? Okay. Well, there was one other experience we did have as a commission, and then we actually ended up noticing it, was we all, for the La Pata extension, the road extension, we wanted to walk the turf and see what was really going on, where this road is. So they actually statused it. We had, okay, bring your hiking shoes. And so we actually, and the county got vans, and we went up to Talega and walked up. And so we, there was one site where we actually went as a group, but we, in fact, triggered it and went. And so for the new members, we can do that. We just have to agendize it when there's a time when it's necessary to do that.
Well, we did that for the field trip, to walk Avenue Victoria and Avenue de Granada, and we noticed it, and a few residents showed up. It was entertaining. I won't go into why it was entertaining, but it was entertaining. So we noticed it. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mal, and thank you, Jim, for bringing that up, because, I was sitting at that meeting, and it didn't even occur to me to think about, the fact that four of us had been there last night, and, it might be something that we need to think through.
Yeah, it's something you kind of don't notice till later, and you think, oh, gee, should I pay attention to this? So
we didn't sit next to each other, though.
No.
2 spaces from each other. I saw you on TV.
That's right.
All right.
Let's take it to the end real quick. It's only 10:20. What about carpooling to one of our to meetings and things? Like the Conference of California Cities.
It's going to, we're all attending a conference in Mel. Please chime in on there. Sometimes on a conference that they're all going to, maybe I'll offer a van or something and we'll all go up together. So, yeah,
as long as your conversation is about youth sports and barbecue and not planning commission items, you can travel the world together.
Let's not get carried away.
You can visit every Waffle House in Orange County. One final item, which I'm sure you're all aware of, and this is kind of a best practice. But if three of you go out for drinks afterwards, you can technically talk about planning commission items. The danger is that if any of those three then go out with a fourth,
the daisy chain,
then there's a serial meeting potentially. So just be cautious having conversations with planning commissioners offline about planning commission items. The public's business should be transacted publicly from the dais and not at the bar, the restaurant, or in the van going to the planning workshop.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I'm not sure when's the time to ask something. If sometime maybe we could drive around in a van and go visit some of the MU3s in the T-zone and look at what happened to them after we have residential on the top and pedestrian friendly on the bottom as per the intent of the zoning code, and just see what happened to some of these properties.
We did that on our field trip.
You already did that?
Yeah. We just walked around Granada and Victoria.
When was
just
that?
The ones, Bonnie, in the downtown area.
That Larry Culbertson keeps bringing up. He has these addresses, and
Larry walked around with us.
When was this?
About a year and a half ago.
No,
it was May. It was about a year ago.
And this was like 5-6 months ago.
So nobody wants to do that?
It
was May. We can do it again.
We usually do a field trip maybe once or twice a year. So, in a future field trip, we can consider that.
Again.
Typically,
Maybe there's something better.
we agendize it and we look at. Actually, we just kind of look at some of the projects that we've approved and see how they turn out. So it's kind of an evaluation type of a tour to see what was good about it, what was bad about it.
But you already did it.
But we could broaden it and not have it be just the downtown.
There's two that weren't.
We could look at
there's
mixed
two that
use in
weren't.
other locations.
Yeah, it was fun.
It was fun.
Well,
No, what you want to do is some of the zoning stuff that you discussed
To
tonight.
see if to see if things turn out the way they were meant to, the way they were intended to. And if they did, great. And if they didn't, maybe we ought to look at, making some modifications.
I think all of our research has shown that all of our decisions have come out just the way exactly as planned.
Right.
Yeah, usually better if there's a difference, right?
All right.
All right, with that, I'll move that we adjourn to the Joint Council Commissions Committee meeting to be held at 7 p.m. on March 31st, 2015 at Wedgewood at the Municipal Golf Course located at 150 East Avenida Magdalena, San Clemente, California.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes 7-0. And thank you everybody for I think very insightful discussion tonight.